Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. Live Now look at the Capitol a little bit after 11:30 there in Washington, D.C. That's where we go to our next story. Happening there tonight, the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot met tonight to refer two former members of the Trump administration for contempt charges. It now goes to a full vote in the House of Representatives. Those two former members of Trump's team, Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino. So the vote was unanimous. We're going to hear from members of the committee as to exactly why they voted this way and what they are seeking from Scavino and Navarro. The allegations go that they are stonewalling a subpoena. They're not complying with it. They're not complying with producing documents or showing up for interviews in person. So let's hear from some of the committee members right now.
Dan Scavino served as director of social media and for its final 2 years as deputy chief of staff for communications. And as the select committee report notes, Dan Scavino was with then President Trump on January 5th and 6th. He spoke with President Trump by phone several times on January 6th and was with the president when many urged him to help stop the violence at the Capitol. He was always, at all relevant times, a Trump and White House insider. Social media as a means of monitoring and shaping trends was Dan Scavino's core business. Reports tell us that Dan Scavino and his team monitored extremist social media sites, monitored trends on social media, and used extremist social media sites to shape public perceptions. There is, in short, a great deal of highly important information that Dan Scavino has that the Select Committee needs to know. I want to focus on one aspect of that, what Dan Scavino could tell us about what then President Trump thought was likely to happen on January 6th. Did the president know that the rally could turn violent, that his rhetoric on the ellipse could send an angry mob to storm the Capitol? When Trump noted on the evening of January 5th that he had a fired up crowd, did he know that they might take it literally when the next morning he told them to, quote, fight hard? Dan Scavino was there and could tell us a lot about that. We need to hear from him. And refusing to talk to us, he's stiff-arming the American people, and he's hiding the truth. It's unlawful and there's no excuse. Then President Trump asserted that he generally did his own tweets, but he acknowledged that on occasion, Scavino helped to shape them. We know that he often composed social media posts and discussed their language with Trump. With that in mind, let's take a closer look. On December 19th, 2020, Trump retweeted a video that ended by urging viewers to, quote, fight for Trump. And here it is. January 6th was then just 2.5 weeks off. Dan Scavino could tell us something useful about why Donald Trump retweeted that particular message. President Trump also retweeted a video titled, quote, how to steal an election. Among other things, it argued that COVID-19 was created to ensure that Trump would lose the election. And here's that one. QAnon had already retweeted that one by the time Trump did. We'd like to hear what President Trump's director of social media has to say about that. And what did Trump's extremist followers on The Donald and other hard-right social media sites make of all that, of President Trump urging them to join in a wild protest on January 6th? Some of his followers on the Donald French site took it as marching orders. Dan Scavino had every reason to know that they would be violent. Dan Scavino was well aware of what his boss wanted. And to the extremist violent users that use the site like Donald Trump, or like the Donald, Dan Scavino himself sent out a video that a user on the same site understood to be, quote, literal war drums. President Trump had by then been president for a full 4 years with Dan Scavino at his side. They knew that the January 6th crowd could turn violent. They knew exactly what they were doing, and the Select Committee needs to hear directly from Dan Scavino about his and President Trump's role in inciting violence that day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you to our Chairman and Vice Chair for convening us today. Our committee has a singular purpose, to to ensure that our nation never again experiences the violence of January 6th, that there is never again an effort to overturn a presidential election or to interfere with a peaceful transfer of power. That is our object, and every single witness called before this panel should cooperate. It is a patriotic duty to help Congress and the American people understand how the tragedy of January 6th came about. And more than a duty, it is a necessity when served with a lawful subpoena to appear, which is why we are here today. Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino have refused to comply with a duly authorized subpoena, offering up again and again spurious and unjustifiable excuses. In Mr. Scavino's case, he has clearly relevant testimony for our committee. Scavino was intimately involved in former President Trump's social media content and strategy, and served as Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications while also actively promoting Trump's campaign. The Select Committee believes that Scavino was with Trump on January 5th and 6th, including during a period when the Capitol was under attack, that he was party to conversations with Trump about challenging, disrupting, or impeding the congressional proceedings to certify the election results, and that he may have also had prior knowledge regarding the likelihood of violence on January 6th due to his monitoring of social media sites where such violence was discussed and predicted. Specifically, through press reporting, we are aware that on January 6th, Mr. Scavino was advising Trump throughout the day, potentially even directly sending messages from the White House and potentially playing a role in the video message Trump released hours after rioters breached the Capitol. It's also been reported that Mr. Scavino was present during a January 5th strategy session with Trump as they schemed on how they could convince congressional Republicans to successfully object to the certification of the election and thus overturn it. This is why Mr. Scavino has an obligation to appear before us. Nevertheless, Mr. Scavino claims to be protected under executive privilege, but that claim isn't grounded in the law or reality. Executive privilege doesn't allow for a person to simply refuse to appear before a congressional committee. It doesn't apply to Scavino's campaign activities on behalf of the former president. It doesn't apply to a potentially unlawful scheme to obstruct Congress, and it doesn't apply to his official duties when, as here, the current president of the United States asserts it is not in the public interest to do so. I have one more thing to add tonight. The Department of Justice has a duty to act on this referral and others we have sent. Without enforcement of congressional subpoenas, there is no oversight. And without oversight, no accountability, not for the former president or any other president, past, present, or future. Without enforcement of its lawful process, Congress ceases to be a co-equal branch of government, and the balance of power would be forever altered to the lasting detriment of the American people. Finally, I want to return to Judge Carter's remarkable opinion, finding that a former president of the United States may have committed a crime and fraud against the United States. The judge said that Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a Democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. The plan spurred violent attacks on the seat of our nation's government, led to the deaths of several law enforcement officers, and deepened public distrust in our political process. And as the vice chair pointed out, he also said, if the country does not commit to investigating and pursuing accountability for those responsible, the court fears January 6th will repeat itself. That responsibility to investigate and pursue accountability extends to those who hold the highest office in the land or those who hold no office at all. If no one is above the law, then no one must be above the law. We are upholding our responsibility. The Department of Justice must do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and distinguished colleagues. Our committee is dedicated to getting to the truth and to taking any steps necessary to do so. When material witnesses fail to comply with lawful subpoenas, we have no choice but to refer them for contempt of Congress. Peter Navarro's testimony is integral to our investigation, and despite the fact that he's given multiple television interviews regarding our subpoena, he's failed to comply with our investigation in any way. Mr. Navarro has publicly stated that he is protected by executive privilege, but has never sought counsel, as others have, has never filed any case seeking relief from his responsibilities to comply with our subpoena. An economist with a PhD from Harvard, Mr. Navarro ran unsuccessfully for office in my home state of California for five times. He wrote several books on economics and trade, many of which focused on China. He was brought on by the Trump campaign in 2016 to advise the former president on economic and trade issues. He was such an important advisor to the former president that an office in the White House was created just for him to oversee, the White House National Trade Council. He was the architect of the president's trade policies, which, according to a study commissioned by the U.S.-China Business Council, quote, hurt the U.S. economy and failed to achieve major policy goals. Now, Mr. Chairman, I think the American people might be wondering why our committee would need to speak with a trade official about the attempts to overturn the 2020 election. As the Vice Chair noted, that's because Mr. Navarro held that title as a director of White House National Trade Council, but he devoted much of his time to White House political efforts outside the scope of his official duties. In fact, the American people are likely to know Mr. Navarro solely in his political capacity. He was so active in the 2020 re-election campaign that the United States Special Counsel ruled in 2020 that Mr. Navarro repeatedly violated the Hatch Act. That's because the former president trusted Mr. Navarro as a spokesman and confidant. He was so intimately involved with these efforts that Mr. Navarro allegedly led a call on January 2nd with a group of state legislators about the effort to convince Vice President Pence to delay the election certification for 10 days. A text handed over to this committee by Mr. Meadows from a member of the press read, and I quote, "Mark, I'm reaching out because I have details on the call that Navarro helped convene yesterday with legislators as part of his effort to get Pence to delay certification of the election for 10 days, including that the president participated. Were you on the call when the president spoke?" End quote. Among the many questions we have for Mr. Navarro, we need to hear from him about this conversation and about that phone call. And we need to hear from him about his other calls with Steve Bannon, whom the House has already held in contempt, that took place both during and after the attack on the U.S. Capitol. We know that Mr. Navarro believes he and Mr. Bannon came up with the strategy for overturning the election because he details it in his book, which I know my colleague from Florida will discuss in greater detail. This is as clear a case for contempt as we are likely to see, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll just pick up where my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, left off. Over a month and a half ago, Mr. Navarro was subpoenaed by this committee. We sought documents and testimony regarding his efforts to discredit the election and to prevent the results from being certified. This information is central to our committee's inquiry. Mr. Navarro refused to comply, making a cursory claim of executive privilege. There are many reasons why this blanket assertion of executive privilege lacks merit, as a matter of law and as a matter of common sense. Most fundamentally, neither the incumbent nor the former president has asserted privilege regarding Mr. Navarro's testimony or document production to the committee. And Mr. Navarro has no unilateral authority to assert privilege himself. Beyond that foundational flaw in Mr. Navarro's privilege claim, since the election, he has spoken and written widely about the precise subjects that are the focus of our subpoena. Clearly, Mr. Navarro is eager to tell his story as he sees it, so long as he can do so on his own terms. For example, in 2020 and in 2021, Mr. Navarro published a three-part report on his website called the Navarro Report. In it, he makes allegations about election fraud that have been debunked. Furthermore, in November 2021, Mr. Navarro published a book called In Trump Time. He describes in detail actions he took to change the outcome of the election. For instance, Mr. Navarro claims credit for working with Steve Bannon to concoct a scheme they called the Green Bay Sweep. The core of this plan was to encourage Vice President Pence to delay certification of the Electoral College votes on January 6 and to send the election back to state legislators. In his book, Mr. Navarro also writes what he called Attorney General William Barr. He also writes that he called Attorney General William Barr, asking the Department of Justice to support President Trump's legal efforts to challenge the election results, which Barr declined to do. Notably, Mr. Navarro acknowledges that he kept a journal detailing this episode and other post-election actions he took. And finally, earlier this year, at the same time he was refusing to comply with our subpoena, Mr. Navarro made multiple media appearances during which he discussed his various roles in the events that culminated in the January 6 attack. I'd like to play a media clip right now. Can you please cue the clip?
What about this interview, which is kind of interesting, is like I have so much knowledge to share with you about what I was involved in and what I know.
Given that you've told me that you have a plan that you push to delay or deal with the certification, you told me 100 members back it, and you said in public Trump was on board. If you say all those things out here, why risk a legal battle or going to jail to refuse to discuss them with the committee under oath?
Because I have a loyalty to the Constitution and a loyalty to the President. The President has invoked executive privilege in this matter. It's not my authority to revoke that privilege.
You say it's not your privilege to waive, but let's look
That's the law.
at
No,
how
it's
often
the
you've
law.
waived it. Let's look at some of the news you've made on these topics. Take a look.
Former Trump advisor Peter Navarro is spilling the beans.
We had over 100 congressmen and senators on Capitol Hill ready to implement the sweep.
Peter Navarro.
Right? The boss tells Pence to take my friggin' call.
Navarro tells Rolling Stone
It was about sending the votes back. Most or all of those states would decertify the election.
How do you expect people to take seriously your claim that this is secret and privileged when you've been out there talking about it? And when you and Bannon said the committee's dog wouldn't bark, they were afraid of you and the report, it seems now, Peter, like the dog has barked.
Thank you. He has so much knowledge to share with a journalist, but he refuses to share that knowledge in response to a lawful subpoena. Evidently, Mr. Navarro is only concerned with executive privilege, with keeping certain matters confidential when it's convenient for him. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for the American public, that's not how the law works. No president, incumbent or former, has claimed privilege regarding Mr. Navarro's testimony and documents. And in any event, his claim of executive privilege is severely undermined, if not foreclosed altogether, by his extensive public disclosures on the same issues the committee seeks to question him about under oath. As a result of his actions, Mr. Navarro is clearly in contempt of Congress and should be referred to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hero, Tom Paine, said the cause of America is the cause of mankind. And today, democracy is under siege all over the world. And just as we're working to defend and fortify democracy abroad, in Ukraine and other places, we're working to defend and fortify democracy here at home. The assault on American democracy that exploded on January the 6th, Mr. Chairman, had two coordinated elements that we've been able to see. One was a violent insurrection from the outside, infused by propaganda and disinformation, and led by domestic violent extremist groups like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters, the QAnon networks, the militia groups. But the other component was a secret campaign on the inside to replace our constitutional process governing presidential elections with a tissue of lies and counterfeit processes that make a mockery of American democracy. This is what the political scientists call a self-coup. It's not a coup against a president, like most coups, but it's a coup organized by the president against the constitutional framework itself. The two contempt citations we vote on tonight will go to persons who have critical information about both components of this assault on America and the coordination between them. Peter Navarro worked to overthrow the election by nullifying 79 electoral college votes cast by tens of millions of Americans who live in Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Mexico, and Wisconsin. Had his so-called Green Bay sweep, which, by the way, is an insult to Green Bay Packers all over the country, but had his so-called Green Bay sweep not been blocked by the bravery of our police officers, 150 of whom were injured, wounded, or hospitalized by insurrectionary violence, and by Vice President Pence's refusal to abandon his constitutional duties, this attempted coup would have, quote, permanently ended the peaceful transition of power in America, unquote, threatening the survival of democracy and the Constitution, as United States District Judge David Carter put it so powerfully in his remarkable decision today, rejecting the claims of Navarro's comrade in these efforts, John Eastman. We subpoenaed Navarro to produce documents by February the 23rd, 2022, and to appear for deposition on March 2nd. He has produced no documents and failed to appear for his scheduled deposition. Peter Navarro must be held in criminal contempt of Congress and the American people because he is acting with criminal contempt for the Congress and the American people. The American people want to know what sets him above the law. The Supreme Court said in 1950 in U.S. versus Bryan that a subpoena creates a public duty which every person within the jurisdiction of the government is bound to perform when properly summoned. In 2020, the Supreme Court emphasized that it is the duty of all citizens to cooperate with a subpoena. But Navarro invokes the words executive privilege, repeats the phrase over and over again, it is not my privilege to waive. And he thinks he has found a magic wand to nullify the powers of the U.S. Congress, just like he thinks he has found a magic wand to nullify the powers of the states to cast their own electoral college votes. Now, Navarro's statement that the executive privilege is, quote, not his to waive, is in fact accurate. But if the executive privilege is not Navarro's to waive, then neither, for the exact same reason, and by definition, is it his to assert in the first place. The Supreme Court has been clear that the executive privilege belongs to the President of the United States. And on February 28, 2022, the White House counsel notified Mr. Navarro that President Biden determined that assertion of executive privilege is not justified with respect to Navarro's effort to cover up the evidence of his participation in this assault on American constitutional democracy. So Navarro then appears to fall back on the vague assertion that the executive privilege here belongs to former President Trump, which is not only dubious, but entirely irrelevant, because our committee has not been given any attempted invocation of executive privilege by Donald Trump, either formally or informally, indirectly by Peter Navarro or directly by Donald Trump. Nothing. There is plainly no assertion of executive privilege here, either by the actual president or by any former president. And even if there were, even if President Biden tried to assert executive privilege for Peter Navarro, it would fail immediately because the privilege does not apply to private political business, much less to criminal activity like conducting coups or insurrections against the government. The privilege applies only to professional speech on government policy by advisors rendering confidential advice on matters within their domain of professional responsibility. Now, Peter Navarro was the White House trade advisor. It was not within his job description to overthrow presidential elections, coerce vice presidents into abandoning their constitutional responsibilities, or impose counterfeit regimes in place of the U.S. Constitution. When Navarro was plotting to overthrow the election by canceling out the Electoral College votes of 49 million Americans in 6 states to seize the presidency for his chosen candidate for 4 years, he was not rendering advice on trade policy. We are not seeking documents or testimony from Navarro related to his official duties as trade advisor. And indeed, on a press call to announce release of his outlandish and cartoonish 3-part report on outright fraud in the 2020 election on his personal website, Navarro acknowledged publicly that he was writing as a private citizen and not as a federal government official. So please spare us the nonsense talk about executive privilege rejected now by every court that has looked at it. This is America, and there's no executive privilege here for presidents, much less trade advisors, to plot coups and organize insurrections against the people's government and the people's constitution, and then to cover up the evidence of their crimes. The courts aren't buying it, and neither are we. Navarro insists only on adding insult to his contempt. More than a year after Biden beat Trump by more than 7 million votes, Navarro continues to spread the big lie that Trump won, and he says, quote, "Beyond any shadow of a doubt, this election was stolen." He brags about his work with Steve Bannon to apply pressure on Vice President Pence to do the wrong thing. He tells the complete story in his book, In Trump Time, and in his 3-part report, which was made up of titles like The Immaculate Deception and The Art of the Steal, of how they tried to get Pence to abandon his constitutional duties and force the contest into a contingent presidential election under the 12th Amendment in the House of Representatives. And he goes on Steve Bannon's podcast and he makes noises about the next insurrection. A year after the election was over, he said, if they want an insurrection, they keep pushing this, they're going to push the American people over the freaking edge. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, the American people opposed the January 6th insurrection, and the American people oppose future insurrections and coups against our government. We are fighting to defend the institutions and values of democracy at home against coup plotters and insurrectionists, and we are supporting other democracies around the world under siege by autocrats and kleptocrats, bullies and despots. We are on the side of the people of Ukraine against Vladimir Putin, who is not a genius, but a mass murderer. And we stand strong on the side of democracy, freedom, the Constitution, and the rule of law against people who smashed our police officers in the face with Confederate battle flags and tried to cancel out the results of our presidential election. These 2 men are in contempt of Congress, and we must cite them both for their brazen disregard for their duties and for our laws and our institutions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleagues on the committee for their commitment to providing a full and factual accounting of everything that led to January 6th, the events of that day, and to ensure that such an attack on our republic never happens again. Mr. Chair, I served in the Navy for 20 years, and when you talk to people in the military, that's what they say. They say they serve in the military. They serve the American people. Today, I continue to serve, as we all do on this committee. When Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro entered the administration, they agreed to serve the American people. The president, who serves the American people, has a unique duty under the Constitution to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. And those that serve under the president, especially those closest to him in the administration, are integral to performing that duty to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not to undermine those laws. Congress has a constitutional duty to investigate, and we have a duty to the American people to investigate the violent attack on our Capitol that attempted to prevent the peaceful transition of power. Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro have a duty to respond to the subpoenas of this committee. However, they've decided, apparently, that they're above the law. 50 years ago this year, a small group of people in the Nixon administration also decided they were above the law. They engineered a cover-up to hold on to political power. They were almost successful, but it took Congress, the Senate, to get to the truth, a truth that the American people deserved. This committee has conducted more than 800 voluntary depositions and interviews, with more scheduled, including witnesses who worked in the previous administration. The committee's received nearly 90,000 documents pertaining to January 6th, and we followed up on more than 435 tips received through the committee's tip line. Hundreds of witnesses have voluntarily come forward and cooperated with our investigation. However, Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro refuse to answer this constitutional duty. Why are they special? Why is it when we get closer and closer to the former president, his inner circle, those nearest to the president, why are those the ones who refuse to tell the American people what they know? What is it they're covering up? Now Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro have attempted to obstruct the pursuit of justice and to stonewall this committee's work and conceal the truth, despite both publicly acknowledging their roles in promoting election fraud conspiracies and counseling the former president on changing the outcome of election. What, Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro, are you covering up? Who are you covering for? We've been through this process before. What, Mr. Meadows, are you covering up? And who are you covering for? When given the opportunity to tell the truth about the attack on January 6th, both Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro continue to put loyalty to Donald Trump before the Constitution and the American people. Tonight, I will vote to hold Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro accountable for their actions and recommend that the House of Representatives cite both of them for contempt of Congress. And the Department of Justice must act swiftly. I will echo what my colleagues have already said, but more bluntly, Attorney General Garland, do your job so that we can do ours. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. If there's no further debate, I now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report to the House the committee's report on a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Peter K. Navarro and Daniel Scavino, Jr. in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
The question is on the motion to favorably report to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mrs. Murphy?
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye.
How is the chair recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded, and
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't.
and Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The motion is agreed to. The vice chair is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I request that members have 2 calendar days in which to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental or additional views on the measure order reported by the committee tonight.
So ordered. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any necessary technical or conforming changes to the report to reflect the actions of the committee. There being no further business, without objection, the Select Committee stands adjourned.
A unanimous committee vote there tonight on Capitol Hill, 9-0, to refer a contempt charge to Congress for Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro, former Trump advisors, White House employees during the Trump administration, for failure to comply with the subpoena issued by the committee for documents to appear in person about where they were, what they were saying, who they were speaking to on January the 6th. And so there you heard from members of the committee. We'll be following this as well when it gets to the full House. Remember, all House members now need to vote on the contempt referral. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have more from Capitol Hill, where that came from afterward. Also, the matchups are set in the Final Four for both men's and women's college basketball. We'll have an update on who the teams are and a briefing from officials about where the tournament is taking place. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Beautiful Live Now look out of New York City. The Empire State Building there, right smack dab in the middle. But we want to focus our next story on New Orleans. Of course, we were bringing you that horrible tornado that swept through parts of New Orleans proper just last week. But the city is gearing up to host the Final Four men's basketball tournament. We heard from New Orleans Mayor Cantrell about what the security preparations are going to be like, but now we know who those 4 teams are. Let's put them on your screen for you. This is the matchup. The men's Final Four will be Kansas and Villanova and North Carolina and Duke. And we also just learned of the women's Final Four as well. The matchup just getting decided within the last hour here. We have South Carolina and Louisville and UConn and Stanford. So The Final Four matchups are set. Let's go out now to New Orleans officials as, like I said, they're hosting the men's tournament very, very soon for the Final Four. Well, what's the city doing to prepare? Here's Mayor Cantrell.
So, good afternoon once again. I am being joined, of course, by members of our public safety team, but more importantly, with our New Orleans local organizing committee for the NCAA. We're very excited. The city of New Orleans is once again hosting the NCAA Final Four, men's Final Four, something that we have not hosted in over 10 years. So we're excited about, one, hosting for the 6th time, but also the return in over a decade. We know that the last time we attracted over 75,000 visitors. We believe that with the schools that will be showcased and participating in the Final Four coming this weekend, definitely bring visitors our way, and we believe extended beyond 75,000 visitors in our city. We also know that the economic impact is significant to our local economy, but to our state economy as well. We have been working with all partners as it relates to NCAA, of course, our local organizing committee, our public safety partners, unified command, so that we can ensure the safety of our city, the safety of visitors during this very exciting time in the city of New Orleans. We also know that there will be, and we're wanting to push our people, our residents, to participate in free events and activities that will be happening over the course of the weekend. You're going to hear more about those events following me, but it is something that is just so exciting to connect our people to these free experiences right here in the city of New Orleans. We felt that it was very necessary to do a know before you go type of press conference, and that's what our focus is on this afternoon. So to begin letting you know some of the preliminary things that we have in place, but that we need our people, residents, as well as visitors to know prior to this weekend, I'm going to ask our Director of Homeland Security, Colin Arnold, to come forward, and you will hear from many of us throughout this conference. And of course, we always end with questions and answers. So without further ado, Colin, come on up and we'll go through
Thank you,
the
Madam Mayor.
information we're sharing.
Afternoon, everybody. What you see here represents about a year of planning with our local organizing committee and the NCAA for a successful men's Final Four tournament. As we do with major special events, the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness will be monitoring all activities this weekend. We'll activate an event command post at the Real-Time Crime Center with representatives from our public safety branches on hand. Additionally, we will be in constant contact with representatives from the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and the State Fusion Center throughout this weekend's events. We're also planning additional security, physical security measures, including light tower placements throughout the CBD and French Quarter in event areas. We anticipate a large number of residents and visitors celebrating in the French Quarter and Central Business District this weekend. The primary locations of the events and games are at the Caesars Superdome and Champion Square Complex, the Men's Final Four Fan Fest at Montreal Convention Center, and the March Madness Music Festival at Waldenberg Park. I'm asking everyone to please plan ahead for heavy vehicle and pedestrian traffic. And always remember, if you're heading downtown, consider public transportation and rideshare options. The following no parking zones will be in place starting Friday, April 1st at 4 p.m. through Tuesday, April 5th at 6 a.m. And this is for the 700 to 800 blocks between Dauphine and Royal. So one block up and one block down from Bourbon Street at Iberville, Bienville, Conti, St. Louis, Toulouse, St. Peter, Orleans, and St. Anne. So from essentially Canal Street to St. Anne, you're going to have serious traffic restrictions and closures during that time period. And then both sides of Canal Street from Claiborne to Convention Center Boulevard. So residents and visitors are reminded to always follow posted signs, and parking enforcement officials will be out monitoring for illegal parking. There will be heavy vehicular and pedestrian traffic after event celebrations in the French Quarter, and I would say that due to the music festival, the area along Decatur Street is going to be really busy with people. It's probably best to avoid those areas if possible, if you're in a vehicle. Echoing Mayor Cantrell and public safety colleagues, I'd like to encourage everyone to please be patient and celebrate safely. You are our partners in public safety. Please act responsibly. If you see something suspicious, say something to any public official that you encounter out on the streets, at these events. We all have radios. We can all communicate with each other. If you see something, say something. You can get details on special events at ready.nola.gov/events. You can follow us on social media at NOLA Ready, and you can always text NOLA Ready, one word, to 77295 for text updates. I'd like to add, too, that we'll have the City of Houston Public Safety with us. They'll be shadowing this event for their hosting of it next year, and they're looking forward to working with us. And we're going to show them here how New Orleans does it right. Thanks.
Thank you. Colin, you want to introduce her?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We have Jeff Rossi from the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, who's on the local organizing committee.
Thank you, Colin. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeff Rossi with the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, and we're members of the local organizing committee along with Tulane University and the University of New Orleans. So what I want to do is just give you an overview of all the events happening this week. No ticket, no problems with the NCAA likes to says. There are a lot of free events for the community to take part of. And if you're wondering how can you be part of the Final Four event, we just ask you to come out and enjoy yourself. There'll be plenty of options over the weekend, starting on Friday. As the mayor mentioned, there's free Final Four Friday at the Superdome. It begins doors open at 10, and it's open practices for all 4 teams. So you're going to see Duke, North Carolina, Villanova, and Kansas practice. The coaches and players will be interacting with fans. So we encourage all of you who are working downtown, maybe take an hour for lunch and come watch, or take the rest of the afternoon and enjoy yourself and have a good time. Additionally, on Friday, that's the first day of Fan Fest. Fan Fest is a basketball interactive event at the convention center. There is children 13 and under are free. The adults are $10. But that'll be open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And there'll be events for basketball activities, autograph signings, anything you can imagine a basketball fan would like. It's a great opportunity to be part of the event. Also, Friday night kicks off the March Madness Music Festival at Waldenberg Park. It's a 3-night music festival, and it's got local and national talent. On Friday night, we've got the Preservation Hall Band, and also Arcade Fire will be headlining that night. On Saturday, we've got New Orleans' own Lucky Day. The Kid Leroy and Khalid will be headlining that night. And finally, on Sunday, we've got Trombone Shorty opening it, Macklemore, and Imagine Dragons will be the closing act on Sunday night, wrapping it up, followed by a fireworks display. So again, this is free. We encourage everybody to come out. It's going to be a great, great event. And we have, obviously, the games are Saturday and Monday. The tip-off for the national semifinals start at 5:09. Championship game will start at 8:09 on Monday night. And the one last thing, there's 2 things also happening on Sunday. The HBCU All-Star Game, which is taking place at UNO. And Tim Duncan's here. He's happily one of our co-institutions, but he's also hosting this event. It's a great opportunity. It's an HBCU All-Star Game. It's a chance for players from that level to be scouted for professional opportunities. So that is great. And then finally, a free dribble. We like our second lines and parades here in New Orleans. So we're doing a basketball theme, starting at Mississippi River Heritage Park across the street from the convention center. We'll have 3,000 kids dribbling through the streets of New Orleans. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? What could go wrong? But we're very excited about that. It's a free event. Again, all children who sign up will receive a free basketball, a free T-shirt, and they will end in the Fan Fest at the Convention Center. So it's a great opportunity. Then the championship game, again, is Monday night. We're very excited. We do ask you and echo it to watch the weather, map out your day, how you plan to get around. And then also one thing I wanted to point out to you guys, the NCAA is going to have a clear bag policy at all of their events. So at the Convention Center, at Waldenberg Park, at the Dome, everywhere you go, you'll have a clear bag. These are going to be distributed throughout the city at various hotels. They'll have them at the convention center. They'll have them near the Dome and near the Waldenberg Park as well. So just a heads up, if you're coming to an event, any NCAA event, you're going to need to have a clear bag. If you have the one you normally use for a Saints game, great. If not, there'll be plenty of these throughout the city. So that is it. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Thank the mayor and her team. We've had a lot of participation and success working with Colin, Chief Ferguson, everybody up here. Walt with New Orleans and Company has been incredible, and I just want to recognize the LOC co-chairs, David Sherman and Sheriff Paul Valto, who have provided a significant amount of leadership throughout this. We couldn't do it without them. So with that, I'm going to...
So New Orleans officials with the mayor and the police chief there just kind of going over what the guidelines, what the security preparations are going to look like as the Final Four men's basketball tournament descends on the Big Easy. We do have those teams set already. The women's are set as of about an hour ago. We know for the women, South Carolina, Louisville, UConn, and Stanford. Just want to put that up on the screen. And then, of course, we have the men's tournament as well. They're the Final Four who will be playing in New Orleans: Duke, North Carolina, Villanova, and Kansas. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. That's going to do it for our live coverage on Live Now from Fox. It's been a very busy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend and a good start to your week. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going into some of the stories we've already shown you live throughout the day. We're going to show them in full, politics and so much more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. That's the White House right there. It's a little after 12:30 in the morning. President Biden, we heard from earlier today at the White House, talking about his budget priorities for next fiscal year. Also taking questions from reporters, especially about comments he made over the weekend in Europe, Poland specifically, that essentially was calling for regime change in Russia. There's been a whole news cycle about this. The White House had to clarify. They put out a statement. But President Biden doubling down today on what he meant by it, saying it was his own moral feeling, not necessarily a policy change. Here's President Biden from earlier.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to be here with the President as we release his budget for next year. As the director of the Office of Management and Budget, I deal with a lot of numbers and charts and graphs, and they all matter. But that's not ultimately what budgets are about. Budgets are value statements. They're about the kind of country we want to be and the type of future we want to leave our kids. And from day one, the President has been clear that my job as OMB Director is to ensure that the government delivers for all people, and that our budget reflects our national values and priorities. I'm proud to say that's exactly what this budget does: invest in the American people in a fiscally responsible way. This budget will help ensure that prosperity is broadly shared, that we continue growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, that we make sure it works for working Americans who've been left out and left behind, who haven't benefited from the economic progress they helped make possible, that we are prepared to meet the full range of challenges and opportunities ahead of us. And it's a budget that includes proposals all Americans can come together around and that speak to our country's values at its best. And that's why it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, folks. It's been a busy couple days for all of you. Let me begin by thanking Director Young. You know, you've heard me say this before over the years. My dad had an expression. He said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget. I'll tell you what you value. Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." Well, the budget I'm releasing today sends a clear message to the American people that what we value. First, fiscal responsibility. Second, safety and security. And thirdly, the investments needed to build a better America. The first value is fiscal responsibility. The previous administration, as you all know, ran up record budget deficits. In fact, the deficit went up every year under my predecessor. My administration is turning that around. Last year, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1,300 billion. $1,300 billion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in the deficit in U.S. history. And here's how we're achieving it, this record deficit reduction. First, we're growing the economy. We've created a record 6.7 million jobs since I took office, and we've generated a GDP growth of 5.7%, the best economic growth we've seen in this country in over 40 years. This has led to a substantial increase in government revenues and dramatically improved our fiscal situation. Secondly, this record economic and job growth has made it possible for us to responsibly and significantly cut back on emergency spending. Earlier in the pandemic, it was right to give people help to make ends meet and to keep this economy going. But because of the progress we've made dealing with these emergencies, the labor market is strong and unemployment claims are at historic lows. We ended the pandemic unemployment assistance programs because Americans are back to work. I'm calling for new pandemic subsidies for large businesses to not continue those because those businesses are back and moving again as well. But because we have to put this economy in a strong foundation, even the Delta and Omicron variants of COVID-19 and the cost of Putin's aggression in Ukraine have not required an additional fiscal package for state and local governments. But we still spend what we need to spend to continue to fight COVID. But those expenditures will be dramatically less than last year. Compared to 2020, we're reducing the size of the deficit relative to our economy by almost 2/3, reducing inflationary pressures, and making real headway cleaning up the fiscal mess I inherited. After my predecessor's fiscal mismanagement, we were reducing the Trump deficits and returning our fiscal house to order. Now, the budget I'm releasing today will continue this approach. It makes prudent investments in economic growth and more equitable economy while making sure corporations and the very wealthy pay their fair share. And I would add, nobody making less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We can do this by, one, passing legislation that lowers costs for families on things like child care, health care, and energy costs, while lowering our deficit at the same time. We can give hardworking parents raising children tax relief that gives them just a little bit of breathing room and lowers child poverty. We can give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices. This will bring down the cost for seniors and reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. Congress can do this all right now. They're debating it now. We can also restore fiscal responsibility. The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations. Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make $400 grand, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional federal taxes. And the wealthy and corporations will finally begin to pay their fair share. For most Americans, the last few years were very hard, stretching them to the breaking point. But billionaires and large corporations got richer than ever. Right now, billionaires pay an average rate of 8% on their total income. 8%, that's the average they pay. Now, I'm a capitalist, but if you can make $1 billion, great. Just pay your fair share. Pay a little bit. A firefighter and a teacher pay more than double the tax rate that a billionaire pays. That's not right. That's not fair. And my budget contains a billionaire minimum tax because of that. A 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1%. 1/100th of 1% of the Americans will pay this tax. The billionaire minimum tax is fair, and it raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. As I said, my budget also ensures the corporations pay their fair share. In 2020, there were 50 Fortune 500 companies that made $40 billion in profit combined, but didn't pay a single solitary cent in federal taxes. My budget raises the corporate tax rate to 28%, far lower than the rate it was between World War II and 2017 when it was lowered as it is today. Last year, I rallied more than 100, some of you were overseas with me, 130 countries to agree to a global minimum tax for corporations doing business in their countries, to put an end to a tax system that rewards multinational corporations for shipping the jobs and profits overseas and avoiding taxes at home. It's my hope that Congress enacts this law this year so I can sign it and we can get to work. The second value my budget reflects is security. Security at home and security abroad. My budget tackles security in two key ways. First, it secures our communities at home. This is an issue families in every part of the country face. I've said it before. The answer is not to defund our police departments. It's to fund our police and give them all the tools they need, training and foundation and partners and protectors that our communities need. The budget puts more police on the street for community policing, so they get to know the community they're policing, allows the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the FBI to hire the agents they need to help fight gun crime and other violent crimes in our communities, and funds body cameras and make sure police work with our local communities and are accountable to these communities. It funds crime prevention and community violence intervention, drug treatment, mental health, criminal justice reform, and reentry for people coming home after incarceration. All demonstrable ways to reduce crime and proven ways. Security also means national and international security. This budget provides the resources we need to keep Americans safe, ensuring that our military remains the best prepared, best trained, best equipped military in the world. This budget also provides additional funding to forcefully respond to Putin's aggression against Ukraine and its economic, humanitarian, and security consequences. The world has changed. In addition to dealing with terrorist organizations, for the second quarter of the 21st century, we're once again facing increased competition from other nation states, China and Russia, which are going to require investments to make things like space and cyber and other advanced capabilities, including hypersonics. And this will be among the largest investments in our national security in history. Some people don't like the increase, but we're in a different world today. America is more prosperous, more successful, and more just when it is more secure. We can restore fiscal responsibility and safeguard our security at home and abroad while meeting the third value, what I call building a better America. Let's provide universal preschool, cap the cost of child care at 7% of a family's income. Like many families, that would cut the cost of child care in half. It'll make college more affordable. My budget doubles the maximum Pell Grant. The families making under $50,000 a year to nearly $13,000 and helps more than 8 million students who rely on Pell Grants pay for college. My budget invests in building more homes to keep us up to deal with the skyrocketing cost of housing for the middle class and the poor. My budget lowers family energy costs with tax credits to help people make their homes more efficient. Research and development to broaden the reach of solar and build a clean energy future. My budget also invests in other areas of bipartisan common good. I call them unity agendas. I spoke to them at the State of the Union. Beating the opioid epidemic, taking on challenges of mental health, supporting our veterans, and ending cancer as we know it. This budget includes investments to get Americans the mental health services they need, and we need them. And when it comes to fighting cancer and other diseases, my budget funds a new organization called ARPA-H at Health and Human Services at Department of Health. And it stands for Advanced Research Projects for Health. It's based on DARPA, the Defense Department program that led to breakthroughs in technologies like the internet, GPS, and so much more. ARPA-H will drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases, including Alzheimer's, diabetes, cancers, and more. And here's what this all adds up to. Historic deficit reduction, historic investment in our security at home and abroad by modernizing our capabilities in both areas, and an unprecedented commitment to building an economy where everyone has a chance to succeed. A plan to pay for those investments that we need as a nation. That's what we do. So I look forward to working with the members of Congress, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to deliver this budget and keep delivering for the American people. I want to thank you all. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Let me, Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you believe what you said? Thank you, sir. Do you believe what you said, that Putin can't remain in power? Or do you now regret saying that because your government has been trying to walk that back? Did your words complicate matters?
Well, you asked 3 different questions. I'll answer them all. Number one, I'm not walking anything back. The fact of the matter is I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the way Putin is dealing and the actions of this man. Just brutality. Half the children in Ukraine. I just come from being with those families. And so, but I want to make it clear, I wasn't then, nor am I now, articulating a policy change. I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Personal feelings, sir. Your personal feelings?
My personal feelings. Secondly, you asked me about, well, what was the second part?
Does it complicate the diplomacy of this moment?
No, I don't think it does. You know, the fact is that we're in a situation where what complicates the situation at the moment is the escalatory efforts of Putin to continue to engage in carnage, the kind of behavior that that makes the whole world say, "My God, what is this man doing?" That's what complicates things a great deal, and but I don't think it complicates it at all.
Mr. President,
Let me go to Steve Holland, Reuters.
Mr. President, thank you. When you say that you're not walking anything back, you do feel that Vladimir Putin should be removed from power? Is that what you're saying? And
no, what I was expressing just what I said. I was expressing the moral outrage I felt towards this man. I wasn't articulating a policy change, and I think that you know, he continues on this course that he's on. He is going to become a pariah worldwide, and who knows what he becomes at home in terms of support.
Just to follow up, are you concerned this remark might escalate the conflict?
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. Look,
thank you.
And you know, look, the other thing is that a couple of people have asked me as well. Might as well speak to it unless you want to ask the question. But you know, that other governments have suggested that this is a problem. I'm escalating things. No. And has it weakened NATO? No, it hadn't. NATO has never, ever, 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 ever been as strong as it is today. Never.
So if saying he cannot remain in power does not mean regime change, what does it mean?
It means that I would hope it was expressing my outrage. He shouldn't remain in power. Just like, you know, bad people shouldn't continue to do bad things. But it doesn't mean we have a fundamental policy to do anything to take Putin down in any way.
What made you add that? Because that wasn't in your prepared remarks, we were told. So what made you add that at the end, Mr. President? Because
I was talking to the Russian people. The last part of the speech was talking to the Russian people, telling them what we thought. And I was communicating this to not only the Russian people, but the whole world. This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And the way to deal with it is to strengthen and keep NATO completely united and help Ukraine where we can. Cleve, you had a question. Where is he?
Thanks, Mr. President. On your budget, you've said repeatedly at the State of the Union that you're not for defunding the police. I do wonder how much emphasis you think should be put on alternative forms of crime prevention, not just defunding the police, but you know, crime reduction in communities.
Oh, a significant amount. I've laid that out in detail in the budget. For example, we do know that intervention programs work. We do know that what police need, they need psychologists in the department as much as they need extra rifles. They need people who are in the department who can deal with the crisis that the police are going through as well, dealing with their crises, dealing with their mental state and how they're handling things. They need social workers engaged with them. I lay it all out. And it all works. If you see these community intervention programs, they work. They actually reduce crime. They significantly reduce crime. So that's a big piece of it.
Just a follow-up. Is any of it related to political pressure from Republicans saying that Democrats are soft on crime, that you guys are careening to the left?
Isn't it kind of fascinating? When I first got elected, I was being beat up because I supported the police too much for the previous 30 years. No. That's what I think. Ozma.
Surprised to get called. Thank you, Mr. President. Are you willing to try to meet with Vladimir Putin? And I have a quick follow-up to that. When you last met with him face-to-face in Geneva, you had described that as a productive conversation. You said that he did not want a Cold War. And do you feel, given the actions, though, that have happened over the last few months, I guess I'm asking what has changed in his mind?
I don't know what's changed his mind. His behavior has changed. When we met, remember what we were talking about. We were talking about setting up a strategic dialogue and talking about the relationship of NATO and Russia and facing off in the regions and how we could have more transparency and all the rest. It was a normal discussion I had going all the way back to Kosygin and others back in 100 years ago when I was a young senator. And so what changed was nothing remotely approaching that. Remember when he first met with me, he said, I have two objectives. This is the second or third time I met with him. He said, I have two objectives. One is to make sure that they never become part of NATO, and two, to make sure there are no long-range missiles in there, in Ukraine. I said, we can deal with the second one easily, but we can't close the door on the first. Because when we talk about missiles, we want to talk about what's also on the Russian border heading toward Europe. Do both. And then, if you notice, that demand list of his, not with me, with others, have escalated significantly in terms of what he thinks is necessary. Thank you.
We need some more clarification, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know you're going to ask a really nice question.
Well, it's an important question, I think. Are you worried that other leaders in the world are going to start to doubt that America is back if some of these big things that you say on the world stage keep getting walked back?
What's getting walked back?
It made it sound like, just in the last couple days, it sounded like you told U.S. troops they were going to Ukraine. It sounded like you said it was possible the U.S. would use a chemical weapon, and it sounded like you were calling for regime change in Russia, and we know...
None of the three occurred.
None of the three occurred?
None of the three.
Mr. President?
You interpret the language that way. I was talking to the troops. We're talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland. That's the context. I sat there with those guys for a couple hours. That's what we talked about.
So when you said you're going to see when you're there, you were not intending to...
I was referring to meeting with and talking with the Ukrainian troops who are in Poland.
And when you said a chemical weapon use by Russia would trigger a response in kind?
It will trigger a significant response.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell you? You got to be silly.
The world wants to know.
The world wants to know a lot of things. I'm not telling them what the response would be. Then Russia knows the response.
Mr. President.
All right, I'm going to take two more questions. 1, 2.
Mr. President, thank you. I still want to get back to your original words that he cannot remain in power. Can you help us understand, you have more foreign policy experience than any president who has ever held this office. Whether those are your personal feelings or your feelings as president, do you understand why people would believe you, as someone commanding one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world, saying someone cannot remain in power is a statement of U.S. policy? And also, are you concerned about propaganda use of those remarks by the Russians?
No and no.
Tell me why. You have so much experience. You are the leader of this country.
Because it's ridiculous. Nobody believes we're going to take down. I was talking about taking down Putin. Nobody believes that. Number one. Number two, what have I been talking about since this all began? The only war that's worse than one intended is one that's unintended. The last thing I want to do is engage in a land war or a nuclear war with Russia. That's not part of it. I was expressing my outrage at the behavior of this man. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. And it's more an aspiration than anything. He shouldn't be in power. There's no, people like this shouldn't be ruling countries, but they do. The fact they do, but doesn't mean I can't express my outrage about it. Last question.
President, thank you. You've said that you're confident that your comment won't undermine diplomatic efforts. But just to be clear, are you confident that Vladimir Putin sees it that way, that he will not use this as an escalatory?
I don't care what he thinks. Look, here's the deal. He's going to do what he's going to do. Putin, look.
But you're not concerned that he may see your language and view that as a sign of a reason for escalation, use that as an excuse to escalate, given his recent behavior?
Given his recent behavior, you should, excuse me, I shouldn't say that to you. Given his recent behavior, people should understand that he is going to do what he thinks he should do, period. He's not affected by anybody else, including, unfortunately, apparently his own advisors. This is a guy who goes to the beat of his own drummer. And the idea that he is going to do something outrageous because I called him for what he was and what he's doing, I think is just not rational.
You didn't say when you meet him again. Would you meet President Putin ever again?
It depends. No, it's not a question. The question is there something to meet on that would justify him being able to end this war and be able to rebuild Ukraine?
So there is a
That's the issue.
Can you say yes or no, Mr. President, whether or not you would be willing to meet with President Putin?
It depends on what he wants to talk about.
Thank you. Okay, last question.
What if he wanted to talk about negotiations now? What if he wanted to...
You said Supreme Court. Now, don't play that.
Well, you can't leave that hanging. Just real quick, two matters on the Supreme Court. While you were away, there were reports about the wife of Justice Thomas and texts that she had with former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Should Justice Thomas recuse himself from any cases involving the January 6th insurrection or former President Trump at this point?
I'd leave that to two entities.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Ask the second question.
No, two entities. Go ahead. Sorry.
One, the January 6th committee, and two, the Justice Department. That's their judgment, not mine to make.
So on Justice Thomas recusing, you don't think he should, or?
I said that. I told you those things get into legal issues. That in fact, I told you I would not tell the Justice Department what position to take or not take, and I'm not going to instruct the Congress either.
And did you get any chance to watch much of the Judiciary Committee hearings?
I didn't get a chance to see any of it, unfortunately.
The fact that Republicans were questioning Judge Jackson on matters like former sentences related to child pornography cases or the definition of a woman, does that, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, make sense to you?
Look, this is one of the most qualified nominees ever nominated for the Supreme Court in every respect, in terms of her disposition, her intellectual capacity, her experience and background, serving on three additional courts, a woman who is totally, thoroughly qualified, and will be a great addition to the court in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So today, we are pleased to welcome Shalonda Young and Cecilia Rouse to the briefing room to address your questions on the 2023 budget. We have just a few announcements before they go into the President's budget. As we disclosed to all of you this morning, the President tested negative as a part of his regular testing cadence. He was last tested Friday as a part of his regular testing rhythm, and additional testing requirements for travel to and from Europe. Moving forward, he will proceed on his regular testing schedule, and we will continue to update all of you out of an abundance of transparency. And of course, we wish Karine and Jen speedy recoveries. They are currently both following CDC guidance and will be back following a negative test. Jen shared this morning that she's feeling stir-crazy and will be back soon. First, on Judge Jackson. Judge Jackson continued to build support last week after she spent over 20 hours in marathon confirmation hearings, demonstrating her credentials, intellect, character, grace, and the value of her deep experience. She reminded the country of why the President chose her and why she has been endorsed by conservative judges, the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, dozens of police chiefs and sheriffs who lead many of the busiest departments in the United States, and 83 former state attorneys general from both parties. Polls keep showing that she has strong backing among the American people, with some indicating that she has the most support of any Supreme Court nominee since John Roberts, who she ties with and whom she shares, and with whom she shares a similar philosophy about judges serving as referees who decide cases based on the law and the facts. She has now met with more than a majority of the Senate and is continuing her engagement with senators today and throughout the week. Judge Jackson responded to Republicans' request for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any member who wanted to, and she is honoring that promise. Something else that speaks to the strength of Judge Jackson's qualifications, which a series of Republicans have affirmed make her unquestionably fit to serve on the Supreme Court, and to the strength of her record, is the multitude of fact checks from the press, from retired judges, and from former prosecutors who have dismantled attacks brought by a small group of GOP senators. The truth is that every single one of the specific senators who joined in these bad faith attacks on her sentencing record with respect to child pornography has voted for numerous Trump-nominated judges who sentenced defendants for the same crimes in the same fashion, below guidelines widely considered to be out of date across the judiciary, and below what prosecutors sought, which is also a norm. For example, last week, the Washington Post fact-checker wrote a piece headlined, "These Trump judges fail Hawley's sentencing test for Jackson." The New York Times fact-checking team also covered this, writing, "Critics of Jackson's child sex abuse sentences backed judges with similar records." The Trump-nominated judges they surveyed received broad support and even included Sixth Circuit Judge Amul Thapar, who was on Donald Trump's shortlist for the Supreme Court. This was all on top of a raft of other fact checks already establishing that the basis of these criticisms was dishonest. And then, in terms of the budget, as you heard the President discuss earlier today, he has released his second budget, which builds on historic deficit reduction his agenda is delivering by means of the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years, on top of record-breaking job creation and unemployment reduction in 2021. The President's budget will help bring more jobs back to America, make us safer at home by increasing funding for police, and more secure in the world by investing in our national security and alliances. And it will pay for these crucial policies by asking the ultra-wealthy, the top 100th of 1% of Americans in terms of income, billionaires and 100 millionaires, to pay an income tax that's aligned with what most people in the workforce pay. We encourage Republicans in Congress to support that approach, rather than their proposal to raise taxes on half of working families and taking health care coverage away from millions, while gutting protections for Americans with pre-existing conditions in order to hand out even more tax giveaways to the wealthiest. Shalonda Young is joining us for the first time in the briefing room. She is the Director of the Office of Management Budget, having been confirmed by the Senate with bipartisan support earlier this month. As director, she serves as a senior advisor to President Biden and plays a critical role in implementing the President's vision across the executive branch. Previously, Shalonda was the acting director of OMB for the last year and the clerk and staff director for the House Appropriations Committee, where she oversaw the 1.3 trillion annual appropriations bills. We're also joined by Cecilia Rouse, who has been here numerous times, who is the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and a member of the President's Families Cabinet. As a quick introduction, she is a world-respected labor economist who recently served as dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. She previously served as a member of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama-Biden administration and on the National Economic Council in the Clinton administration. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to each of them who will give remarks, and then I'll call on folks for questions. And then once we're done, we're happy to take more questions from y'all throughout the day in the press office.
All right, be nice to the newbie. For OMB director, this is like prom day, so I'm very happy to be here with you today. You've heard the president say this, you heard him say it this morning. Budgets are about values. In his 2023 budget puts our values to work in 3 key ways. First is fiscally responsible. The budget shows that we're on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. This is the largest year-over-year decline in history, and less than half of the deficit the president inherited. And that's no accident. It's a result of the president's strategy to combat the pandemic and grow our economy, a strategy that has built on smart investments and helped jumpstart our recovery. And that strategy has paid off. In 2021, we created more than 6.5 million jobs, the most our country has ever recorded in a single year. Our economy grew 5.7%, the most in 40 years. And the unemployment rate has fallen to 3.8%, the fastest decline in recorded history. Because of that progress, we're able to responsibly draw down emergency spending measures and increase revenues. The budget outlines the president's vision to expand on this progress. Its investments are more than fully paid for through tax reforms, ensure corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. It achieves significant deficit reduction over the next decade. And it ensures no one earning less than $400,000 pays a penny more in new taxes. Second, the budget invests in security, both here and abroad. Here at home, it includes investments to keep our community safe, put more cops on the beat for community policing, fight gun crime, and advance criminal justice reform. The budget also strengthens our military and leverages our renewed strength at home to meet pressing global challenges, making one of the largest investments in our national security in U.S. history. Third, the budget will help us build a better America by investing in education, making more here at home, combating the opioid epidemic, driving medical breakthroughs, including in cancer, and taking on the mental health crisis. The budget also makes clear that the president is committed to working with Congress to pass legislation that reduces the deficit, cuts costs for families, and expands the productive capacity of our economy. These are all things we can make progress on together, and we're looking forward to working with Congress to advance these priorities for the American people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first year of this administration. The recovery over the last year has been extraordinary, quicker than independent forecasters had projected. Over 2021, real output grew by 5.6%, the fastest since 1984. The unemployment rate fell at its fastest pace since modern data began in 1948. The labor force participation rate of Americans ages 25 to 54 grew by the most since 1979. This robust recovery has put us in a strong position today. The U.S. economy is more than 3% larger in inflation-adjusted terms than it was just before the pandemic, the fastest recovery in the G7. Healthy household balance sheets and a strong labor market make us more resilient to external shocks. strong recovery has also put us in a better fiscal position as faster growth helps lower the deficit. The budget builds on this solid economic growth. It is a continuation of President Biden's commitment to address long-standing issues in the economy and make investments that will ensure robust, sustainable, and equitable growth. First, the budget is fiscally responsible. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, revenues are up and pandemic relief can slow down. The result is deficit reduction, which will help ease long-term inflationary pressures and make our fiscal trajectory more sustainable. Second, the budget bolsters domestic and foreign security. Increased security here and abroad not only protects lives, but it also reduces uncertainty, which allows economic activity the room it needs to renormalize and grow. Third, the economy makes important investments in the American people. A healthy, cared-for workforce is a productive workforce, and it lowers costs for families, easing price pressures over the longer term. Now, I'd like to close with a word about our forecast. In many ways, the forecast looks healthier today than it did when we locked it all the way back last November. The economy has created, on average, 600,000 jobs per month since then, including through the Omicron wave. And the unemployment rate has fallen an additional 0.8 percentage point. Challenges have also arisen since last November as well. The most obvious is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This may well put upward pressure on energy and food prices. That, in turn, could reinforce inflation, which was already an issue prior to the invasion due to the pandemic, supply chain constraints, and a strong demand for goods. But as I said earlier, the strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. Independent forecasters anticipate that inflation will come down. Americans are back to work and the economy is strong. The President's 2023 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue to invest in America and meet future challenges.
Josh, would you like to start us?
Sure. Director Young, Josh Bose with AP. I want to understand the reserve fund for whatever comes out of negotiations with Congress. You said on the call this morning that talks are ongoing. The budget says of the President's priorities, they include the expanded child tax credit, something that we previously believed was off the table. Can you give us a sense of where negotiations are and what we could expect in terms of how active they are, such that you felt obligated to exclude those priorities from the total?
One, let me start where you ended. They're not excluded. What we didn't do is detail things, so we did not get ahead of negotiations. You probably heard that I spent a little time on Capitol Hill. What we don't do is get ahead of congressional negotiations. We certainly don't negotiate in public. The reserve fund is meant to hold revenues enough for whatever framework comes out of Congress. What we're not doing is double counting revenues. So the revenues we're holding in the reserve fund are different. For example, we're not counting the savings from prescription drug reform in the deficit neutral reserve fund. That they can use that if they want. We're not counting that for our 23 budget. So one, we're not going to negotiate in public. Two, we need to leave revenues for legislation the President has consistently called on Congress to send to his desk. And that is, I think, as clear as I can be.
Sure, but it's been an exhausting month, as we can all attest to, and I imagine that's true for you as well. Have you had any talks or negotiations with regard to this in the last month with members of Congress?
Look, I think an easy way to not get anything done is to negotiate in public. We're not going to do that. The 23 budget, I think, is the responsible thing to do, to hold enough revenues so Congress can use those if it wants to send legislation to the President that reduces the deficit and reduces costs for the American people.
Sabrina.
Thank you so much. You're placing a lot of emphasis with this budget on deficit reduction. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is it an effort to persuade Senator Manchin and other centrists who have raised concerns about the deficit, or does your administration believe that the deficit is in fact getting too high?
Let me remind you, this President sent up a budget. This is his second one. And in both budgets, he has paid for his proposals. This is a classic Joe Biden budget. So just as he did last year, we're putting forward proposals that do two things. Establishes a tax system that's fair, where corporations and the wealthiest pay their fair share, but it has the added benefit of paying for needs of the American people, like reducing child care.
What specific proposals beyond the wealth tax would lower the deficit by $1 trillion over the next decade, as you say?
So one, we're already in the process from last year to this year, reducing the deficit by $1.3 trillion. The proposals in the budget would also bring about another $1 trillion decrease. In addition to the billionaire income tax proposal that we have in the budget, we also believe that we should take the individual rate back to 39.6%, and also bring corporate tax rates back up, not even quite back up to where they were before the Trump tax cuts.
Steve?
Cecilia, you mentioned that the Ukraine invasion is going to have a complicated inflation. Could you talk a little bit more about that? What should Americans expect? Higher gasoline prices, food? What do you think?
So as the president has said, this is an important place for the United States. This is an important moment for democracy. But what we do know is that Putin's invasion of Ukraine will have impacts on both energy prices and food prices. So he has, as the president has said, we can expect that while our sanctions are going to have their focus and most of their impact on the Russian economy, that we can expect that we will see a bit of impact in the United States as well. So the first we're seeing is some impact on gas prices and oil prices. We can also expect through fertilizer and energy prices to see some impact on food. That said, the president is focused on doing what he can to ensure that those increases are contained and that they are not, they're doing what he can to ease them for the American people. So that is, he's worked with our partners to increase an additional 60 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and he has other options on the table that he will be considering as they come up. In terms of food prices, the U.S., we don't expect a shortage here. Because we are net exporters, but we are acutely aware of the fact that there are regions in the world that depend heavily on exports of wheat in particular and other grains from the Ukraine and Russia, and we're working with our partners to ensure to minimize the impacts globally.
Nancy.
Just for Dr. Rouse, just following up on what you said, how is the White House preparing to deal with those food shortages, particularly when it comes to wheat, in places like Africa, the Middle East, and the developing countries? And should U.S. farmers grow more wheat this year instead of corn and soybeans, given those possible food shortages?
So first of all, we are a net exporter of many of those food commodities, and farmers respond to price signals. And so with the price of food rising, they will be responding by making additional plantings and trying to take advantage of the increased price signals. So the market will work as the market will work. But the U.S. is working with our partners. USAID is right in the middle of it, and other international food organizations to get the food and to ease the price pressures for other countries around the world.
Just to follow up on that, to follow up on that, is there, have you considered altering the sanctions to make it clear that there's no restrictions on agricultural trade with Russia?
So the sanctions have always had carve-outs for humanitarian needs. The focus of the sanctions was to be on Putin and his close circle, but to minimize, to the extent possible, the impact on the Russian people. So there has been a carve-out for humanitarian aid, and we will absolutely be working to ensure that they get the food that they need.
So you just spoke about unemployment. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I wanted to follow up on what the administration's proposed in police funding. So $3.2 billion is for grants, local and state grants. Then the other $30 billion, the White House has called it, quote, mandatory resources to support law enforcement. What does it mean by mandatory? And how will that money flow to presumably local governments and states for police forces?
So as you know, the budget, two major spending categories: discretionary, which will go through the appropriations process. That is where we're asking for the $3.2 billion. There are traditional accounts like the community-oriented policing, account and burn jag that the Appropriations Committee already funds. We're asking for increases in those accounts. The mandatory side, it is a new proposal. We would have to work with and are planning to work with the authorizers who typically move mandatory legislation on the parameters of that funding. But what is clear, and you heard the President talk about this earlier, in addition to cops on the beat, we want a community focus. We also know that it takes a comprehensive approach, that police forces around the country should have mental health services, psychiatrists. That's why our community violence initiative, we're asking for money not only in DOJ and in HHS on the discretionary side. So the plan is on the mandatory side is a new proposal to work with those authorizing committees to ensure that it is both strong on the policing side, but also have these wraparound services.
On the mandatory side, I mean, are there any goals in terms of how many more police officers could be added nationwide, or any priorities? You mentioned a couple of them, but in terms of what you want to see this money used on, and how much leeway will police forces have versus it coming down from the federal government on where the money can go?
As you know, these decisions are best made at the local level, not even the state most often when it comes to policing efforts. So what we plan on doing is working with the judiciary committees to ensure that we provide flexible enough funding, but be very clear that we expect a community focus, and also that we have the wraparound services necessary, including mental health services, to make sure that we bring down violence in our communities.
And when you talk about unemployment, do you take into account the millions of Americans who have lost, who have left their job? Do you take that into account? So we're calling on MJ.
You all have said that the inflation estimates for this budget were set in November, and if the invasion were to be taken into account, the outlook would look pretty different. So should we expect an updated analysis from this administration on that front to take into account the invasion? And also, just in terms of the timeline, do you all have an estimate for when people can expect things to level out again? Can we expect that during this calendar year?
So we will be doing a mid-session update of our budget later this summer. That is typically what we do. And obviously for next year's budget, we will use a new budget that will not be quite as old, at least for next year. Outside forecasters who have been, who are studying this as well, expect that inflation will be higher than they were anticipating back when we locked our budget, so then at the beginning of the year before the invasion. But they do expect that as we learn to maintain economic activity while we are still working through this pandemic, while supply chains continue to improve, although obviously there's uncertainty there with, for example, lockdowns in China, but we expect them to work through that we expect supply chain challenges to ease. We do expect inflation to ease this year and into next year.
We have a 4:15 out, so we're going to need to go, but just send us any other questions you have in the press office.
What happened to Jake Sullivan? Where's Jake Sullivan?
Jake Sullivan.
Thank you.
national security expert Hal Kempfer, who's been guiding us each and every day through the war in Ukraine with the latest. Hal, good to see you. But let's first start off with what the president said in Poland over the weekend, because the White House, after the speech, said, quote, "The president's point was that Putin cannot be allowed to exercise power over his neighbors or the region. He was not discussing Putin's power in Russia or regime change." And then, of course, from the White House today, Hal, he said really similar comments, chalking this up to his moral outrage personally, not a policy proposal. It's hard to square the two when you're president of the United States, though, Hal.
You know, Andrew, when you're president of the United States, when you say something like that, that is White House policy. It doesn't go any higher. They've been walking it back. They've been trying to thread this needle in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, it plays into a narrative that Putin will use to propagandize his own people. It kind of shocked, the candor of it, I think, surprised some of our NATO allies. But in all fairness, I'm pretty certain that's exactly the discussion that they've been having in the White House and in various situation rooms, which is what comes next. And it certainly is a reasonable thing to ask, will Putin's regime, will Putin himself be around after this is all done? He has incurred a tremendous cost on Russia. These sanctions, it's going to take a while for them to be brought back or brought down or taken back. Until they reach a number of different things. And even if they come up with a peace agreement or some sort of really almost like an armistice of some sort between Ukraine and Russia, that still doesn't mean that all the nations of the world that have put sanctions on Russia will be completely satisfied and reverse course in at least 100-degree or 108-degree reverse course. They may keep a lot of things in place. So he's got a lot of problems which go to the survival of him as in charge of that regime and the regime itself. And I think President Biden was just being very candid. And in some ways, I think they've been walking it back a little bit too much.
Oh, that's interesting, because I was going to ask, what are the repercussions of President Biden's candor? We got this statement over the weekend from French President Macron. He said, "I wouldn't use terms like that," referencing what President Biden called Putin over the weekend. He called him a butcher. The French president said, rather, that is not helpful. I'm paraphrasing. He said, "I wouldn't use terms like that because I'm still in talks with President Putin." Now, is there a full rupture underway and in full display with the United States and Russia after such a comment like that? Because, Hal, you and I have talked about this. Putin will say all along, before the war even started, that the West wants regime change. They want Putin out of there.
I don't know if it's a full rupture. I think they're going to use it. Actually, I think some of the comments that have come out of Moscow haven't been nearly as strong as I thought they would have been, which tells me that they recognize that that's exactly what's going on in President Biden's mind. That's going on in not just President Biden's mind. That's surely going on in the minds of other NATO leaders as well. I wouldn't be surprised to find out behind closed doors if that was part of the discussion that they were having in Brussels. And so that was very much on his mind when he went to Poland. And I don't know if that was completely unscripted. They keep saying it's an off-the-cuff remark. Well, it was very passionately delivered. And they can turn around and say, well, it was unscripted because it wasn't in the approved script or the approved, notes that we gave the press. But it gives the ability to put that out there and then walk it back. But, Putin would know this, all right, in the world of covert operations and covert action always works best when in support of overt policy. And I'm not saying that we're not going to overthrow, the Putin regime or anything like that. But certainly, if there were those who were so inclined to take action in Moscow, we might be sending a signal to them saying we'd be very supportive. And there's only so many ways you can send that signal. So that's a possibility. I'm sure some could argue and say, well, that maybe it was just a mistake. You know, at that level, mistakes like that don't tend to get made. Everything is there for a purpose, even if they say it was an accident and they try to walk it back.
Okay, Hal, let's move on from the president's comments in Poland over the weekend to still 2 days later. It seems like he's getting asked about them. We'll play that exchange with Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy in just a little bit, because he did press him on that. Let's talk about what's going on down on the ground, though. We've just been seeing devastating images still out of Mariupol, but we know that some territorial gains and advantages have been put back under Ukrainian control. What do we know about that, especially over the weekend and this morning?
Well, if I may start with Mariupol, the way they take over a city is they destroy the city, and that seems to be that is classic Russian, going back to Soviet doctrine, which is to use overwhelming fire support to destroy a city before you go in and attack it. That comes out of World War II doctrine. That was kind of the way they did things. What they're taking over in Mariupol is a city that's just been devastated, and the big thing is they're going to get in there, and then it's going to be, you know, I don't want to use too big of a comparison here, but they're going to have a bigger version of what they had in Kherson, which is, okay, now you've taken over the city, can you hang on to it? Can you occupy it? Can you leave enough troops in place to do that? And the reason they wanted to take Mariupol is because they wanted to be able to use those forces to divert them for other campaigns. But the Ukrainians may not let them do that, because the Ukrainians may turn around and wait till they draw down that force that they have in there, or what for them could be something like they just suffered up in Irpin, which is north of Kyiv, where they actually that city has been pretty much returned to Ukrainian control. Interesting thing that's not making the news, which I think is kind of big, is there's a tank battalion that was pulled out of Ukraine, and it's being reconstituted, somewhere. I think Belarus is probably where it's gone. They're going to reconstitute that tank battalion, and then the thought is that they may divert it and bring it into another axis of attack or another part of the operational area within Ukraine. That's interesting. That's the first time we've seen them pulling units out, reconstituting them, and then bringing them back. And that may become more common. And that may be part of their strategy if they do actually shift to the east, like they've been talking about, is to pull some of those forces out and then bring them out and around to move them back into Ukraine in a different location. So that's very possible. But a lot of Russian attempts east of Kyiv. There was a Russian attempted offensive that got pushed back. So what Russia's doing is what they always do, is they fire a lot of what seem to be poorly aimed rockets and artillery shells that normally use that to prep an attack, use as a preparatory fires, and then you come in and you attack behind it. With Russia, their inability to press the offensive, these things just become, they're not so much harassment fires, just going out there and trying to get random kinetic kills, if you will, and of course causing a lot of civilian damage and deaths.
Hal, let's talk about now some of these talks that are ongoing. Somewhat optimistic tone there from our correspondent in Washington, Madeline Rivera. But then again, we got this pretty unnerving report from the Wall Street Journal that 3 members of the Ukrainian delegation attending the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia on the night of the March the 3rd to the 4th, experienced symptoms consistent with poisoning with chemical weapons. One of these victims was Russian entrepreneur Roman Abramovich, a name we have heard so much since the start of the invasion. I know you've read up on this, you've looked into this. How much can we take this with face value? This is a huge report from the Wall Street Journal.
Andrew, based on what I've been seeing, I'd say it happened. And frankly, that is right out of Putin's playbook. Now, there was some reporting today. They said this could be hardliners in the Kremlin. Okay. Honestly, I don't think that they would do something like this unless they had at least some sort of tacit approval by Putin. And if it stays true to form, I have a feeling that he probably directed them to do that, and that's just kind of a classic style that he has. The other thing to remember is we're looking at this now through the prism of what's on the ground now. But if you go back to March 3rd, it was a little different situation. And that may have been a way that he was sending a message to the Ukrainians saying, basically, we'll have these talks, but don't think that I'm going to conduct myself in ways normative to these types of discussions. And it may have been a little bit of a terror campaign on his end to actually make the delegates nervous about having these talks at all. That's a little bit of speculation. I can't be sure. But I will say that using a poison like that, using a chemical weapon like that in a confined situation, targeted against specific high-level individuals is normative tradecraft for Putin.
But Hal, just to hone in on the point, especially Roman Abramovich, he's really one of the most high-profile Russian oligarchs in the West. Of course, he was forced to sell the Chelsea Football Club because of some of the sanctions put on him by the West. This is, I was stunned, frankly, by this reporting today that if what you are saying tracks that high-level hardliners in the Russian Federation targeted Abramovich, how can we kind of read that? How can we interpret that?
Well, one interpretation, and I can't read Putin's mind, but one interpretation would be to send a message to the oligarchs. You know, we've been certainly talking about the oligarchs potentially overthrowing Putin. And he may have been sending a message to them to say, look, I can always reach out and touch you. I can always conduct clandestine operations through, you know, at least 2 different security services, 3 if you count the GRU, which is the military intelligence arm, which often does these types of operations overseas. He may have been sending a message out there, which is you might want to pipe down, you might want to be less vocal, because if you are, you know my history, and you know what I can do. And by the way, just to make a point, I did it again. And that's one possibility. I think that's a very likely possibility that would motivate his actions.
Yeah, and Hal, just to interject there, because that tracks with what Putin said at that huge rally in Moscow.
Absolutely.
Telling the attendees there about what he called a 5th column in Russian society, essentially, you know, unpatriotic Russians who are, you know, more friendly, more sympathetic to Western ideals, Western customs, and the like. So that's kind of what I was taking from this explosive scoop today.
Well, Abramovich definitely falls into that category. You know, if you listen to the speech and dissect the exact words he used, that would definitely fit how he would view Abramovich. That would fit how he'd view some other oligarchs as well. That speech was very telling. It was for anyone in power in Russia, it was unnerving, and frankly, it was very Stalinist. That's the type of language that Stalin would use. And it also was something that indicated a coming purge. And there's a lot of ways to do a purge. Some is, you know, we're more familiar with from the history of Stalin was to round them up and either shoot them or haul them off to a gulag in Siberia. But in this day of age, with the tools of assassination that Putin has exercised in other circumstances, this would be very consistent with his tradecraft.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're going to leave it at that. A lot of these headlines we have gotten to, and we appreciate you helping us make sense of them as we go even deeper into this war. Hal, thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Joining me now, Andrew Tchaikovsky, legal expert, friend of the program. Andrew, good to see you. First, before we get into this, just your reaction. So many people still talking about this 24 hours later.
Well, usually when you're watching the Oscars, I think the biggest news that comes from it is somebody committed some sort of fashion faux pas of some sort. So coming out of the Academy Awards last night to a big breaking legal story was certainly not what I was expecting from my Sunday night. And I think the nation the same. TikTok and Instagram and social media has been certainly going crazy today with people talking about this.
Yeah, Andrew, so we know yesterday the LAPD said that it was aware of the incident, but it was not pursuing an investigation because the person involved, Chris Rock, declined to file a police report. Now, just because, whoever was injured in this, Chris Rock, decides not to pursue it criminally, that doesn't mean, some prosecutor, maybe in LA County, could not take up the case, right? There's still that avenue open, or is this moot at this point?
Right, so there's three ways that this can go from a legal perspective. One's criminal, the second would be civil, and the third is essentially kind of within the organization itself. Administrative is what I'll call that. From a criminal perspective, in California, typically an assault case like this, a single punch or a single hit assault case, usually can't really go anywhere without a cooperating witness. Now, you can take these cases to trial, and with the video evidence that you have at hand, perhaps you wouldn't even need the testimony of Chris Rock at a trial of this sort. But even if it were necessary, the prosecution office could subpoena somebody like this. Practically speaking, and from what I see day in, day out, if you don't have a cooperating witness, if there was no injury, typically speaking, they're not going to move forward with a prosecution. And I don't see a prosecution likely in this case, especially with Chris Rock saying that he has no interest in seeing this through on a criminal front.
And let's, Andrew, talk about, institutionally with the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, about, what course of action they will take. They said they're reviewing the incident and they're essentially going to explore further action. It was kind of vague. But, I don't believe, and I'm no Oscars history buff, I don't believe a statue has ever been revoked after you win it due to, some type of conduct that you may have committed. Also, maybe they'll kick Will Smith out of the Academy. I don't really know what that looks like. I don't know what the contours of membership into the Academy looks like. So from that standpoint, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, the Academy has a code of conduct, and the code of conduct is pretty vague. It was put in place after the Me Too movement kind of came to light in the 2017 Academy Award season. And in that code of conduct, they eventually kicked Weinstein out of the Academy, and I believe took away his awards in the process. So they have a pretty wide berth of discretion here, kind of like any employer would have, or a private institution to take away the right of somebody to be a member or something along that line. And they do have terms in there about abusing other individuals or bringing bad light onto the Academy. Do I think that this is going to be something that takes away the Academy Award of Will Smith? I don't, but that doesn't come from a particularly deep legal basis because they haven't acted in that way in the past. What I think probably was appropriate in the situation would have been to pull Will Smith out of the theater. I mean, that was an individual who displayed that he was out of control, that he had kind of unleashed in a totally societally unacceptable way, and then to allow him to remain and to get up on stage to a standing ovation and accept his award with a stage to speak on where he didn't apologize to Chris Rock. I think that's something that the Academy should probably take a much deeper look at, how that happened and where in the mob mentality of things there was failure in nobody standing up to essentially assess the situation and treat Will Smith like any other person would have been treated who assaulted a performer on stage.
Yeah, Andrew, because if they, hypothetically took away Will Smith's Oscar, that would kind of contradict everything that, millions of people saw with their own eyes, because the slap happened well before the Best Actor Oscar was given to Smith. There was like 20 to 25 minutes in between. Ex post facto, why, if they do decide to, punish Will Smith from the Academy perspective, that will have to be criticized and looked at as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Will Smith, I think, deserves some degree of punishment here. He's obviously humiliated in the public eye, at least in most people's view. I think that there are some out there who are defending him. I think that we have to look at the fact that hitting someone in our country, in the state of California, is just not acceptable. That's a crime, and words do not justify somebody acting out in that way unless the words specifically communicated a direct threat. So you have to look at what Will Smith did and hope that to some degree he suffers some sort of consequence for that, so that the message is clearly received by him. But in terms of the Academy at large and what they can do here, again, I go back to my really strong concern that we have a class issue, essentially, that Will Smith, as a A-list performer, somebody who has obviously garnered the respect of many in Hollywood, could act out in such an unleashed fashion and really receive no immediate response from anyone. The police there, the security there, the director of the production, the director of the house, nobody stood up and did anything, much less all of the people who have such a loud voice in the public that stood in the audience, and ultimately they stood in a standing ovation for him. So I think the Academy really has to look at how they approach these sorts of situations in kind of a very broad sense, not just Will Smith, but in a much bigger sense, how they enforce and how they look at the behavior of people who are there for the Oscars.
Yeah, of course, really the only people who intervened were fellow actors, fellow performers. Denzel Washington, we saw Tyler Perry, we saw Sean P. Diddy Combs as well, briefly mention it right after it happened, but that was about it. Let's talk about, I guess, the repercussions to the brands that are Will Smith, that are Chris Rock, because this is going to have reverberations for a very long time. I presume civil damages. Do you think Chris Rock can take any action, filing suit against the Academy, against the producers of the Oscars, against Will Smith himself? Because, his reputation in all this also is tarnished, as well as Will Smith. I mean, no one's coming out of this looking very, very good, albeit Chris Rock has the upper hand. But where do you think that line goes?
Well, I can give you the law school or the bar exam type of answer here, and that's that absolutely there is a basis in law for Chris Rock to sue Will Smith, as well as the Academy and many others who are there and present, the security individuals and others. The problem here is that I think from a practical perspective, a comedian on stage, Chris Rock having a bit his own reputation to maintain here, he doesn't seem inclined to go after a big swipe for money. It's really a no-brainer. If he were to sue Will Smith, the standards that are set forth in the criminal law are essentially the same in civil law or tort law, that if you strike another person without adequate justification, you're going to have to pay for the damages. And the resulting consequences of that could be a pretty high calculation of damages to Chris Rock if he really thinks his reputation was damaged. Ultimately here, perhaps Chris Rock's reputation hasn't been damaged. Maybe he reacted so well. He was so cool under such a pressure-filled situation. He didn't even come back with a snarky joke. He didn't escalate things. I mean, he really proved to be the gentleman of the night, I think. And when it comes down to it, I don't think that it's particularly likely that he's going to file a lawsuit. I think he's going to walk away from this perhaps with a couple comedy specials. And that might be how he comes out on top of this financially.
Yeah, and Andrew, we haven't heard from Chris Rock yet. I can't imagine the behind-the-scenes maneuvering that is going on to try to get an exclusive interview with both him and Will Smith. But what about the reputational damage to Will Smith? Will he ever really work on a major motion picture again, or was this kind of the peak for his career? How do you come back from something like this reputationally?
Well, I think it's interesting. How do we compare him? Who else acted in this way, and who can we compare him to? I think kind of a Tom Cruise perspective. Remember Tom Cruise jumping up on the chair when he was doing an Oprah interview, kind of seeming unhinged or unleashed, seeming to not be particularly connected to what was going on around him. We've seen incidences with Kanye West, or Ye, when he jumped up on stage when Taylor Swift was accepting an award and he seemed unhinged. Ye not invited to the Oscars last night. Why? Because of the words that he's been speaking. So I think that both Kanye West, or Ye as his new name is, I think Tom Cruise, they both suffered really strong consequences in the public eye, but continue to both be very professionally successful. I think Will Smith is considered an outstanding actor. He obviously won the award. Hollywood does not seem shy to continue to give roles to people who have had such great blockbuster success here. So I don't see any real potential that Will Smith is going to be canceled. I do think that it rings of some hypocrisy in Hollywood. I think that some people really have to answer to themselves how they could stand up and give him a standing ovation when there has been such outcry to cancel people, that cancel culture that you hear in Hollywood for simple allegations of misconduct or mistreatment of others. So it's something that Hollywood really has to come to terms with, I think, and the cancel culture ultimately has to come to terms with, because that identity piece of things really can't be the factor in the middle. I don't think that there's a lot of leeway for the American public to watch as some people are canceled and others aren't. It really rings of hypocrisy, and I don't think the American public like hypocrisy much.
Yeah, of course, because, back in the early 2000s, then chair of CBS Viacom, Sumner Redstone, he fired Tom Cruise from Paramount. And so I'm surprised, maybe this is to your thinking here, why we haven't seen this kind of mass exodus from wanting to work with Will Smith in so many other, to your words, the cancel culture scenarios. We just see kind of, you don't touch these figures with a 10-foot pole after they transgress. And so we haven't really seen that. In this instance, it'll be interesting to see if he is forced to pull out of any upcoming projects. But so far, none of that yet. Just lastly, what does this say about, I guess, the speech is violence crowd? When we saw actual violence responding to a joke, what do you think legally that means?
Oh, it's so concerning to me. We see this all the time, and the hyperbole that goes into the degree of damage that's done by speech. We live in a country where we have the First Amendment, and we really believe in the idea of the freedom of expression. In fact, the Academy Awards are awards for expression. Art is, if nothing else, the First Amendment at play. That's one of the first things that are canceled when you lose the freedom of speech here. So when you see the Academy Awards, you have to think of it as a freedom of expression. And when you meet that freedom of expression with violence, I mean, that's what comedy is art. And that's what Chris Rock was doing, is he was performing up there, and he was doing his best to entertain the audience and entertain everybody who was watching. Perhaps his jokes missed, perhaps it hurt somebody's feelings, and that's something that Will Smith could have very well dealt with, both verbally then and there, I guess, or later on could have had some sort of outcry, could have brought his own words to it. But we can't live in a society where we meet words with violence. It really does cause a lot of concern in people. I've prosecuted these cases. I defend these cases. And I'm not saying that Will Smith deserves some sort of excessive punishment here. And I would stand next to a client who is accused of something like this, and I would ask a court to go very lenient on them, because people are under a great deal of pressure, and things do hurt feelings. And that is why people sometimes act out with aggression. But that doesn't mean that punishment shouldn't be there. It doesn't mean that the behavior should be condoned. It should be condemned. And Will Smith here really has to, I think, account for what he did. And I think the Academy at large has to account for the fact that they just didn't act in a very quick manner with very little leadership. I'm very disappointed in everybody that was there, everybody who stood up. I think that really is a poor reflection of those people who have done so much to voice their opposition to violence in the past.
Andrew Szyszkowski, very strong words there. We'll be following this story throughout the week, see if it has staying power, but definitely a historic night at the Oscars. Infamous, really, last night. Andrew, thanks so much.
Good to talk to you, Andrew.
want to bring in Ted Johnson, a reporter with Deadline.com. Thank you so much, Ted, for being with us. Man, we didn't know what to expect from Oscars this year, but we got a show, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are saying that there was like a 1 in a billion chance of something like what happened actually happening at the Oscars, where the leading nominee for Best Actor actually stormed the stage and slugged one of the presenters. So, slapped one of the presenters. I should get it absolutely accurate. This was absolutely probably is going to stand out as one of the most memorable, if not the most memorable moments, certainly of the modern Oscars.
Yeah, this was absolutely memorable and lots of viral moments. I want to start first with that comment because actually, surprisingly, we all know the Oscars can be extremely political. A lot of celebrities come and utilize that platform to, push things that they stand for or don't stand for. Don't Say Gay was one of the only actual, pieces of legislation that they did talk about, right?
Yes, Wanda Sykes very early made a reference to the Florida quote unquote "Don't Say Gay" bill. Supporters of that bill really take issue with people calling it the "Don't Say Gay" bill. And you heard Governor DeSantis, hey, just read the bill. But within the entertainment community, within the LGBT community, within a lot of people see this as marginalizing LGBT Americans in the same way that we've seen some past legislation. For example, back in the aughts, in the 2000s, you saw this wave of bills across the country to ban same-sex marriage. So I think that there is some history behind it, why there is such a backlash against what's happening in Florida and why you saw it play out on the Oscar stage on Sunday night.
Yeah, that's right. That wasn't the only thing that happened on the stage on Sunday night. There was, of course, the slap heard around the world is what everyone is calling it, between Will Smith and, of course, Chris Rock, and now possible litigation to come out of this. What were your first thoughts when you saw it happen? I know everyone was shocked.
Yeah, well, my first thought was, oh, this must be part of a comedy routine, right? Because I thought, oh, aren't they friends? They must be friends. And he's approaching the stage, and then I heard this noise, and I thought, oh, well, that obviously was staged. But then, as it went on, you heard the sound go off, and then you saw Will Smith's reaction, and he genuinely angry. And I have to say, even watching it on television, it was so uncomfortable. It was so awkward for this live ceremony. And then even a bit of anger on my part. I was just like, who is this person to essentially ruin the evening for everyone else?
Yeah, unbelievably awkward, and still a lot of questions about what happened. And now he's apologizing about it on his own Instagram page, and I'm sure we'll hear more about this. But this kind of stalled out the Oscars for a little bit. There was a commercial break, and I know the publicist had to run up and talk to both him and Jada. But that wasn't the only stall. It went overtime still. Let's talk about just the format of the Oscars last night. You think this is interesting. This is interesting.
Well, the big controversy leading up to the Oscars was the fact, and this is a Hollywood controversy, may not be totally understandable for people outside the industry, was they took 8 categories in the technical areas, and they said, we're going to put them in a pre-ceremony. So they're not going to be actually in the prime time. They're not going to be live in prime time. And the producers said, we are going to run clips of those acceptance speeches. And the whole purpose was to try to trim the length of the ceremony to keep it within its 3-hour time length. And they did that, but the irony is the ceremony still went way over time, almost 40 minutes over time. So I think there's going to probably be a lot of kind of lot of study of what happened and was it really worth it? Because the Academy took a beating from a lot of the industry for making this change, and it's hard to know whether it actually was worth it, just given that it really didn't reduce the runtime. In fact, this was a longer ceremony than any in the last several years.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people were kind of looking down at their watches, ready to get out of there after an awkward night, maybe go grab a drink or something after all of the drama. And I'm sure they did. I know that they did at those after parties. But let's actually get into some content here with a groundbreaking win for Troy Kotsur, right?
Yeah, I think this was probably the moment of the night. Troy Kotsur winning for Coda, winning Best Supporting Actor, especially what he said about his father, I think was incredibly touching. I think if you watch this and rewatch it, it's hard not to be moved by this moment. In the same way that the movie was such a moving production that, kind of came in at the end and really swept the categories that it was in. So there was some expectation that Coda would win and that he would win. He was definitely the favorite, but I think he surprised people even in the way that he accepted this award. It was such a personal story that he said about his family, about his own struggles, about what this represents for the deaf community, and even a few funny anecdotes about meeting Joe Biden and First Lady Joe Biden in the White House last week.
Yeah. Which brings us into our next topic. We started out the conversation that politics do get brought up in Oscars and award shows of this kind. Well, Ukraine on everyone's mind right now as war continues to escalate, and we'll be talking about that later into the evening. But not a whole lot of mentions of Ukraine, which was somewhat surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising to me. There had been this kind of buildup, this rumors that President Zelensky may address the Oscars. One of the co-hosts thought that, Amy Schumer thought that would be a good idea. Another co-host, Wanda Sykes, said, well, maybe not. And it looked like the producers really actually, or the producer of the ceremony, that there was some struggle in how to address Ukraine. In the end, what they did is they had this moment of silence with a message on the screen. It wasn't actually a presentation. It was almost an interstitial with an urge for people to donate to Ukraine. Very, very understated. The Oscars is not known for being understated. And that's basically their solution to how do you solve this problem of here you have this ceremony where people are celebrating and they're talking about ultimately pretty trivial things, and you have war where you have millions of refugees fleeing the country, a genuine humanitarian crisis. How do you very incongruous how you address those two things. I was somewhat surprised, not just in the way that they addressed it, very understated again, but also they were handing out ribbons, and there weren't a whole lot of presenters that actually had the blue ribbons to mark refugees. Not that it's all that important, but it was interesting, and this may be a model, I think, for when something like this happens. How do you address a world crisis that's occurring at the same time that you have all stars in their bubble, in glitter and glamour and on the red carpet? It seems to be a perpetual problem for the Oscars and other award shows.
Yeah, already had to navigate that with a pandemic, and now with war, it's uncharted territory.
Sure, because anyone could come in and they can just say, hey, how can you guys be celebratory when this crisis is going on the other side of the world? But there's also an argument to be made. You know what? Life goes on, especially when you talk about things like the pandemic. You have to. Everything doesn't stop, but at the same time, you have to be respectful of the crisis that is going on in the world.
Yep. Well, we are definitely keeping them on our mind as we navigate all of the runoff of Oscars this year. Last question for you, Ted. If you could summarize the Oscars in one word, what would that word be?
Slap.
Slap.
There is, I mean, again, this show is going to always be remembered for that moment because it was nothing like it had ever happened before. It's unfortunate for the winners who had nothing to do with what happened, but that's just the way it is. It's live television.
That's for sure. Live television. Can't change that. Next award shows have some big shoes to fill. Ted Johnson, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And we are going to keep it.
And domestic terrorism. Equally important is continuing our work, which the Attorney General has described as being in the DNA of the department, to protect the civil rights of all Americans. The President's fiscal year 2023 budget request for the Department of Justice provides critical investments in these priorities by requesting more than $37 billion for the Department of Justice. This request and these investments are even more important because the recently enacted omnibus legislation did not contain critical enhancements to support many of these priorities. Now, the women and men of the Justice Department will, of course, continue to do all they can with the resources provided to them. But to do their jobs, they need the resources that the President's fiscal year 2023 budget request provides. It renews our requests for the unfunded portions of the FY22 budget and provides much-needed investments to keep our communities safe by, among other things, funding more cops on the beat in our communities, fighting gun violence, and investing in crime prevention and community violence intervention. The FY23 budget requests almost $37.7 billion for the Department of Justice. It represents a comprehensive reinvestment in our core mission and illustrates our commitment to upholding the rule of law, keeping our country safe, and protecting the civil rights of all Americans. The President's budget requests a total of more than $20 billion for the department's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices to keep our country safe from a wide range of complex and evolving threats. Now, some of the key resource requests include funding for the department's ambitious strategy for combating increases in violent crime and gun violence, The 2023 budget includes almost $11.2 billion to tackle violent crime, a figure that includes more than $1 billion in new investments in reducing gun violence and violent crime, sustained investments of $3 billion in grant programs that help communities address violent crime. The President's budget also requests $30 billion in mandatory resources over the next 5 to 10 years, which is an unprecedented commitment by this administration to support cops hiring, from more cops on the beat to keep communities safe, as well as a new gun crime prevention strategic fund, along with a new Accelerating Criminal Justice Reform grants program. Now, the department is, as always, focused on protecting our nation's security and defending against foreign and domestic terrorism. And this budget includes $7.3 billion for national security programs, including more than $140 million in program increases to strengthen the department's response to terrorism, espionage, and the proliferation and potential use of weapons of mass destruction. On the cyber front, the threats we face from adversaries have never posed a higher risk than they do today. The Department of Justice and the FBI are critical players in combating cyber threats, protecting victims, and holding cyber threat actors accountable, as we have shown with a number of unprecedented enforcement actions over the past year. In light of this threat environment and geopolitical realities, investing in cybersecurity has never been more important. We undertook a comprehensive review of the department's cyber capabilities and strategies, and this budget provides the department with over $1.2 billion, including nearly $150 million in cyber program enhancements to protect the department's systems from cyber threats, identify the perpetrators of cyber crimes, and ultimately to help bring those perpetrators to justice. In addition to our work to keep the country safe, the department seeks to invest significantly in our work to protect civil rights. This budget devotes more than $782 million to this work, more than twice the proposal in last year's budget. If this budget, with its mandatory grant proposals, is adopted, the department would devote $3.5 billion to civil rights, an unprecedented level of support for this work. This request includes funding for the newly reestablished Office for Access to Justice, as well as increases in funding for the Civil Rights Division, the Environment and Natural Resources Division, the Office of Justice Programs, and the Office on Violence Against Women. And it includes new resources to expand legal access programs consistent with our commitment to a fair and efficient immigration system. The Attorney General and I applaud the recent reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, and this budget invests $1 billion in the Office on Violence Against Women. This budget also invests $578 million to reform and strengthen the criminal and juvenile justice systems. It invests over $200 million to promote fair and impartial court and correctional systems, in addition to $150 million in base resources for the Bureau of Prisons that can go toward funding 1,300 positions. Now that includes nearly 600 First Step Act positions. This budget also invests $106 million for a new initiative that I announced last year to expand the use of body-worn cameras, not only among our state and local law enforcement and task force partners, but also among federal agents for the first time. This budget invests over $40 million in enhancements and $400 million in grant funding to expand the department's ongoing efforts to stem the flow of deadly drugs into America. The budget also invests $66 million for increased antitrust enforcement, and it includes funding for new programs to expand the department's work addressing elder justice, crimes against children, and gender-based violence and discrimination. Attorney General Garland and I are committed to ensuring that the Department of Justice upholds its mission of ensuring equal justice under law and protecting the American people. This budget is a critical step, and we are eager to work with congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle to secure its timely passage. So with that, I am happy to take a few questions, and aided by, of course, Jolene Loria, the Deputy Assistant Attorney General, who will, I think, also walk you through the more details of the budget.
All right, Eric, Cecilia Rouse. Ms. Monaco, you mentioned at the outset that there was perhaps not as much funding for the department overall as you would have liked. Just turning for a second to the cyber portion of the budget, to what extent did you not receive as much as you would have liked? And can you talk a little bit more about that?
So thanks, Eric. I mean, you and I have talked about the cyber threats facing this country and the work that the Department of Justice is doing against them. As I said in my remarks, our cyber adversaries pose, I think, an unprecedented level of risk to us, more so than ever before. The cyber review that I mentioned that we conducted when I first returned to the department nearly a year ago, we had one very clear conclusion from that, kind of the top line from was that we need to use every tool at our disposal to go after the cyber threat, to go after those cyber actors. That's why you've seen us going after ransom payments and trying to return those to victims to help prevent the next victim. You've seen us going after and seizing decryption keys and providing them to victims, going after the illicit use of cryptocurrencies. As I mentioned, the FY22 funding for the department in the omnibus did not give us all the enhancements we wanted to address this and other work. But this budget, the FY23 budget, really does prioritize this work and recognizes the critical role that the Department of Justice and FBI play in using all of the critical tools that we have, some quite unique to the Justice Department, to do the things I just mentioned, to go after and seize ransom payments that have been made, return them to victim companies, and to work productively with companies to help them not be the next victim for the next cyber attack.
Rob, CBS.
Hey, thank you very much. Just continuing on the trend of maybe what you did not get in the budget, was there anything related to the January 6th investigation in terms of resources that you need or have not gotten to continue in that investigation? Clearly, prosecutions are ramping up and continuing, and there are outstanding individuals as well that the department's looking for.
So, look, as we have described, the January 6th investigation is among the most wide-ranging, most complex that this department has ever undertaken. It reaches nearly every U.S. Attorney's office, nearly every FBI field office. We've charged more than 750 cases, and we've charged unprecedented conspiracies and the use of rare tools like the seditious conspiracy statute. Regardless of whatever resources we seek or get, let's be very, very clear. We are going to continue to do those cases. We are going to hold those perpetrators accountable, no matter where the facts lead us, as the Attorney General has said, no matter what level. We will do those cases. But, again, let's be clear. Doing those cases draws on resources from across the U.S. Attorney's offices. Those same resources that are needed to fight violent crime, those same resources that are needed to investigate corporate crime across the country, those same resources that are going to help us enforce our civil rights laws. So this budget, the FY23 budget, would provide, as I noted, an unprecedented level of funding to our law enforcement components, to U.S. Attorney's offices, to really recognize the priority that we are placing both on the January 6th investigations and all the U.S. attorneys, all the priorities that the U.S. Attorney's offices have to face in addition.
You spoke about how the budget addresses violent crime. There's been a spike, and specifically, or if you can expand on how the budget would particularly address that. Is it a raise in the ask, or are there any specific new programs that you can point to that the DOJ is implementing for aimed specifically at violent crime?
Yeah, I'll actually let Jolene tick through the specific programs, but let me say broadly, I have met with countless police chiefs, sheriffs, mayors, you name it. Every single one of them says, we need more help from U.S. attorneys. We need more help from the ATF. They want the help from the ATF to go trace crime guns and link them to multiple multi-jurisdictional investigations they have. They want more help from the DEA to investigate the scourge of opioid deaths and counterfeit pills that are killing at unprecedented and really heartbreaking rates in this country. They need more help from the U.S. Marshal Services to work on their fugitive task forces to go after homicide suspects. So across the board, they're asking for our help to join with them as partners. This budget reflects requests for the U.S. Attorney's Office, requests, as I said, $20 billion for our law enforcement components to help them critically partner with state and local law enforcement to do all the things that I just mentioned. I don't know if, Jolene, you want to say anything about specific programs?
Do you want to jump ahead and I'll just go address it.
Sure.
So we have grant programs. There is COPS hiring in this budget. That's not a new program, but it's certainly a well-funded program in this 23 budget request. Doubling Project Safe Neighborhood is $40 million. And there is a $250 million grant program for community violence intervention, which is a new grant program. She mentioned, the Deputy Attorney General mentioned the ATF resources. I wouldn't say they're new, but they're enhanced. They include ATF NIBIN, our national tracing activities, IOIs to increase FFL reviews, and there's 122 ATF agents that then will staff the firearms trafficking strike forces that go across the U.S. in specific cities, and they use trace data to get to the source in the markets so that we can stop the pipeline of illegal firearms trafficking. 157 U.S. attorneys in that crime and gun violence, a huge increase for us, needed, of course, and 78 deputy marshals to enhance workload increases. There's also something that's new in the request that will come out a little bit later and more from the White House, an $884 million crime gun strategic fund that will be a 5-year mandatory program, $4.4 billion total, that will look at new strategies to address violent crime. And the COPS piece will also have a mandatory tail for 5 years for a total of $10.9 billion in investments. So as you can see, there's a whole holistic package on violent crime reduction, and those are some of the key highlights.
I think we have time for one more question. Sarah? I have a question about the klepto capture task force. I was curious to know, just currently, how much you're investing in resources for that, and then if there's going to be additional resources requested for the 23 FY budget. And then separately, just following up on your point about all the different grant programs, on one hand, it's really great, to have more money to be pouring into those, but at the same time, the DOJ has struggled with its grant management system. There's been a lot of glitches in the rollout, and so I'm curious to know, if there's any investment to try to improve that platform, because it has at times been hard for grantees to be able to navigate this, especially tribes where they really don't have a lot of resources and they need this money in order to run their law enforcement operations. So if you could also comment on that as well.
I'll just say one thing on the Just Grants program. Obviously, we worked very hard to make sure we got out the fiscal year 21 funding that we had to get out the door using that platform, a platform that we inherited when this administration came in. And I think we're continuing to make sure that we're getting those resources out the door to the grantees who need it and who can work within that system. On klepto capture, look, we have announced that task force where we have resources from the criminal division, from the national security division. We've appointed a senior prosecutor with expertise on this who has hit the ground running. I think you'll see more from the work of that task force going forward. But importantly, this budget reflects our prioritization of the U.S. attorney resources that are going to go to any case that task force helps build, right? It reflects investments in, as I mentioned, the cyber investigations, which are intimately interlinked here with that mission. It reflects our investments in the cryptocurrency enforcement team that I announced last year. So what you're seeing is a doubling down, and I think as I described it, a kind of reinvestment in our core mission to go after those who would seek to use ill-gotten gains, as we've talked about with regard to the focus on the oligarchs, and I think you'll see more to come from that task force.
I think that's it for the DAG.
Okay.
We will pass it back. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks very much, everybody.
For the rest of the briefing,
more at length. I'm being joined by A.G. Gankarski, Florida politics reporter. A.G., you know, last time we spoke, the legislature had passed it, and then, of course, you and I had been saying that this was in all likelihood going to happen, that DeSantis was going to sign it. Give us a sense, though. We now know what the piece of legislation can do, but what rights does it give to parents? Can they sue teachers? Can they sue school districts? What is their recourse?
Yeah, I mean, it basically gives them a cause of action in a civil suit. So if they find instruction to be inappropriate, as in the K through 3 stuff that relates to sexual orientation or gender identity, or the more developmentally and age inappropriate stuff in all grades, that's where parents can take action. It's part of other legislation that came about this session that gave, parents sort of guardrails or, sort of ways to fight back against the school districts. That's been a big part of the post-COVID messaging from the DeSantis administration, basically giving parents rights. And they framed the bill as parental rights in education. Obviously, critics framed it as don't say gay because it shuts down discussion of LGBT lifestyles in the classroom. But, the DeSantis administration held to the framing. They got some positive polling. And it's the type of issue that NPAs and parents, who worry about this kind of thing, it plays well. And Democrats, they had the messaging war. They had an advantage early on, but they kind of lost their advantage as it went on because the governor's office is just so relentless in its messaging. And they defined opponents of the bill as quote unquote groomers and things like that. And that was a very nasty backdrop, but it was one that proved to be effective for the DeSantis administration.
You know, and AG, the kind of extraneous controversies for this bill extending to one of Florida's largest employers, Disney. We know some employees from not only Disney World but Disneyland, they wanted to walk out of the office in protest of this last week. I just want to put up a statement that we have. I'll read it actually because I don't know if we have it, but essentially Disney was saying this bill should never have passed and should never have been signed into law. And so they were really hesitant to weigh in on this piece of legislation. That was where the controversy stemmed from, their inaction or silence, rather, about the piece. So where does this go from Disney's standpoint?
Well, we'll see what Disney wants to do. I mean, they made their statement after the bill. It's something that seemed very symbolic, and it didn't affect what happened. I mean, DeSantis scored the messaging victory over Disney. He said he stood up to Disney, and it's basically what today's signing ceremony validated. And for DeSantis, this is part of a larger cultural argument. He talked about woke Hollywood and Harvey Weinstein. He framed opponents of the bill as extremists. And Disney, they've messaged around family values, but it seems like Florida Republicans are going to hold their feet to the fire a little bit. We often see with donors and Republicans and Republican causes that donors squawk and then they come back quietly. I expect that fences will be mended eventually, but DeSantis holds grudges. He still holds a grudge against the sugar industry because the sugar industry backed the primary opponent of his 4 years ago. This is a man that keeps score, and when people cross him or entities cross him, he does not forget.
AG, just last question for you. Where is this going from here? Are we expecting a pretty protracted court battle for this piece of legislation?
Yeah, we are expecting a court challenge almost immediately. Equality Florida and other allied groups are going to say this discriminates against LGBT students, against LGBT teachers, support personnel. It's going to be that type of battle. But this is a state with conservative courts. So we'll see where it goes. But if it goes to the state court or to the federal court, the response may come back in DeSantis' favor. Where we're starting to see the courts affirm these conservative legislatures and these conservative governors. And that's what DeSantis is betting on here, the culture war backlash.
All right, AG Gankarski, thank you so much for coming on and talking about what this means going forward. It will also be interesting to see if any more states follow suit with similar pieces of legislation. AG, thanks so much.
Hey, thank you. Have a good night.
and to shield them from knowing about various forms of mental health services. Broward, Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Sarasota, and Volusia counties. Martin County also had a gender transition plan that can be implemented without the parents' consent. In Leon County, Florida, a school excluded parents from conversations about a student's, quote, gender transition, a situation for which the district superintendent has apologized for and admit that should never have occurred. And it's not just limited to Florida. In fact, it's probably a lot worse in many other parts of the country. In Idaho, a counselor was working with a 10-year-old student to help the student transition to a different gender without informing the child's parents. In California, a mother has filed a legal case alleging 2 middle school teachers manipulated her child's identity, then called the meeting to inform her, the parent, that the student is transgender. And in California, a high school student recently committed suicide after an LA high school gave her gender transitioning hormones rather than treat her underlying depression. And so we've also found cases where school districts and individual schools took it upon themselves to decide it's okay to sexualize the education of very young children. We've actually have different things, and this is not something that I thought was something that was going to be around. So this is something this is in Florida and other places, school for very young kids, the genderbread man. So this is trying to sow doubt about kids, about their gender identity. It's trying to say that, you know, they could be whatever they want to be. This is inappropriate for kindergartners and first graders and second graders. Parents do not want this going on in their schools. What else do we have? Oh. This is, again, very young kids talking about when I was born, mom and dad said it's a girl, looked in the mirror, I saw a girl kind of, now I see a boy because of transgender. So this is something that you're putting into classroom curriculum for 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids. And again, that is not something that's appropriate for any place, but certainly in the state of Florida. And shouldn't parents know if that is something that's in the curriculum? They should be able to have a voice in that. And so this is not just in Florida, and again, many other states, it's even more aggressive. In Connecticut, kindergarten students are taught about being transgender as part of, quote, social justice standards. In Denver, kindergartners were subject to, quote, gender sensitivity training, and in Illinois, they require sex education beginning in kindergarten. So this is part of a national trend to cut parents out of their child's education. In Florida, we not only know that parents have a right to be involved, we insist that parents have a right to be involved. And so we've already taken great steps. Last year, I signed the Parents' Bill of Rights in the state of Florida, which was really something that was significant. Last week, we signed curriculum transparency legislation so that parents have a right to education bill. And this bill takes 3 main steps. First, the bill prohibits classroom instruction about sexuality or things like transgender in K through 3 classrooms. And after 3rd grade, those curriculums need to be age appropriate. Second, the bill ensures that at the beginning of every school year, parents will be notified about health care services offered at the school with the right to decline any service offered. And finally, this bill ensures that whenever a questionnaire or health screening is given to our young students, parents receive it first and give permission for the school to give it to their child. Now, there's been a lot of discussions about this particular piece of legislation. You've seen a lot of sloganeering and fake narratives by leftist politicians, by activists, by corporate media, and you still see it even today after a lot of this stuff has been debunked. Now, it's true. Many of the people who whipped this up have never actually read the bill. They haven't taken the time to do that. They would rather just further narratives. But I must tell you, these leftist politicians, corporate media outlets, some of these activist groups, they actually have read the bill. And they're sloganeering because they don't want to admit that they support a lot of the things that we're providing protections against. For example, they support sexualizing kids in kindergarten. They support injecting woke gender ideology into second grade classrooms. They support enabling schools to, quote, transition students to a, quote, different gender without the knowledge of the parent, much less without the parent's consent. And so what they're doing with these slogans and these narratives is they are trying to camouflage their true intentions. They know, in every single poll that's been done that actually reads the language in the bill, will find overwhelmingly Americans oppose injecting this type of material into the classroom of young kids. Americans support the right of parents to be informed and to be able to withhold consent over certain types of medical treatments in school. So they know that, and so that's why they're resorting to some of the narratives. And it hasn't worked, but let's just be clear. It's not just all of them have not read the bill. Many have not. Many have, and many of them want to see this type of stuff in our schools. So be very, very careful when you see that. And someone told me that there's even people in Hollywood that are opposed, to providing protections for parents and enforcing parents' rights. You know, the one thing I'll say about that is, if the people who held up degenerates like Harvey Weinstein up as exemplars and as heroes and as all that, if those are the types of people that are opposing us on parents' rights, I wear that like a badge of honor. And so we will continue to recognize that in the state of Florida, parents have a fundamental role in the education, healthcare, and well-being of their children. We will not move from that. I don't care what corporate media outlets say. I don't care what Hollywood says. I don't care what big corporations say. Here I stand. I'm not backing down. We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get an education, not an indoctrination. And so I'm happy to be here today. We'll sign this in a minute, but in the meantime, we're going to have some speakers come up. And so the first speaker will be the Speaker of the House, Chris Sprowls.
Thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you and all the members of the legislature that are here today. You know, there's a lot of nicknames when you have governors. This governor has worked on education policies, worked on workforce, so much policy in the state of Florida. But I'm going to add another nickname. This is the boldest governor in America for Florida families, for Florida parents, and for Florida children. And I want you to think about that for a second, because I think all of this fits together. You know, a year and a half ago, when the rest of the country was shutting down schools, refusing to allow teachers back into the classroom to educate children, refusing to allow children to get back to education, this governor, Commissioner Corcoran, made sure that our kids not only got back in the classroom to learn, but made sure that before that this governor signed Aaron Grahl, Representative Grahl's bill on the Parents' Bill of Rights to make sure parents knew these are the rights that you have as a parent. You don't give away your rights at the front door of the school. And that continued into this session. This is the session of Florida parents, of Florida families. You know, one of the upsides of COVID is that I don't think that's ever before in our country have parents been more engaged in what their kids are learning inside the classroom and more sensitive to the books that are in the library, to the instruction that's happening and how that impacts their children. This session with this bill, I have to give a big shout out to Representative Joe Harding, Senator Baxley, who all session long, took the hits and the lies perpetrated in places like corporate media and Twitter and pushed back because they had one goal in mind, and that was to prevent little children, 5- and 6-year-olds, from walking into a classroom and being indoctrinated on radical concepts like extreme gender ideology. So I want to thank both of you gentlemen for fighting that fight. But I think the governor's right. Like the fight is clear. Think about that, and I said this 100 times during the course of the legislative session. The language in this bill is 4 pages long. It's double-spaced. The changes are underlined, right? If the teachers who had their kids redraft, concepts that are here said, oh gosh, it's going to be double-spaced and underlined, that's going to make the day really easy. This was super easy to figure out what this bill did. And yet, people lied about it. The media lied about it. Advocates lied about it. Whether it was in the White House press room or whether it was last night at the Oscars, there were lies about it. And the governor's right, they were intentional. Very few people tried to actually tell individuals what the bill did. I'm going to give Evan Donovan a shout out here because you did. You did a news and you said this is what this bill does. Here's a graphic. Here are the bullet points. You didn't try to add personal commentary. You just said you decide. But here's why people don't do that. Because if you tell Americans, you get to decide, do you think it is appropriate for kids to walk into a classroom when they are, I have a 5 and 6-year-old, by the way, when they are 5 and 6 years old to learn about transgender instead of math or science or photosynthesis or, whatever it is for that day. Do you think that's appropriate? Maybe photosynthesis is a little intense for 5-year-olds. I hear Corcoran murmuring behind me. But the reality is they would say that's crazy. Of course we wouldn't do that. And what have we seen? There have been outlets, conservative outlets, liberal outlets, moderate outlets who've released polls. Republicans, Democrats, and independents all agree that parents should play an active role in these concepts. I couldn't be more proud of the individual legislators behind us. I am so grateful that we have a governor in Ron DeSantis who is willing to say, I am going to push back against the lies. I don't care about Twitter. I don't care about the nonsense. We are going to lead in what's in the best interests of Florida parents and Florida children. It's great to be with you all today. Thank you.
Okay, and so next, this is really what it's all about, to protect these parents. So first, we're going to hear from January Littlejohn.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is January Littlejohn. I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida and a stay-at-home mom to 3 incredible children. I want to first thank Representative Harding and Senator Baxley for sponsoring this bill. I want to thank all of the legislators who voted yes for this bill and stood up for parental rights and what's best for our children, many of whom are behind me, so thank you. And I want to also thank Governor DeSantis, who has been steadfast in both his leadership and his unwavering support for parental rights in our great state. What happened to our family is one of the many reasons this bill is necessary. In September of 2020, my daughter told me after school she had a meeting with school officials that was held behind closed doors where they asked her which restroom she wanted to use. I immediately contacted the school and was told by the guidance counselor and assistant principal that I could not be given any information regarding the meeting and that by law, my daughter had to be the one to authorize my notification of the meeting or attendance to the meeting. In other words, school officials asked my 13-year-old child her permission as to whether or not my parental rights would be honored. After many weeks of going back and forth with the district, we learned the middle school had created a transgender, gender nonconforming support plan with our 13-year-old daughter without our knowledge or consent. The plan was a 6-page document completed with my daughter behind closed doors with 3 school officials that included the guidance counselor, the assistant principal, and a social worker I had never met. During the meeting, they asked her questions that could have significantly impacted her safety and her physical and emotional well-being, such as which restroom she preferred to use and which sex she preferred to room with on overnight field trips. The plan also directed school staff to use my daughter's birth name when speaking to us, her parents, and to use a different name in school with teachers, staff, and students. This plan directed school staff to conceal from us that this meeting and plan had ever taken place. When parents are excluded from critical decisions affecting their child's health and well-being at school, it sends the message to children that their parents' input and authority are no longer important. This created a huge wedge between our daughter and us because it sent the message that she needed to be protected from us, not by us. Social transition is a medical and mental health intervention that can lead to significant decisions that will impact the child's mental and physical well-being. Often, social transition is the first step toward medical transition, and schools are grossly unqualified to be taking these steps without parental involvement. Unfortunately, what happened to my family is not an isolated incident. I have been contacted by parents all over our state who's had their rights violated in this same manner. Parental involvement in a child's education is considered by many education experts to be the most important factor in student success. This is well known and documented, yet schools have been systematically cutting parents out of critical decisions being made with their children, painting them as enemies to their children with no due process. Parents know and love their children more than anyone in this world. I have always told my children my #1 job is to keep them safe, and this school took that away from me. For the safety of our children, these parental rights violations must stop, and school districts must be held accountable when they break the law. Thank you, Governor, for signing this law.
And just so you know, the left, they want that to happen to all other families. They don't want any protections for parents. They think that they should just be able to take your kid and do whatever what the hell they want with them. That is wrong, and she was right to stand up against the school district, and now every parent's going to have the right to do that. Okay, Aaron Lovely.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Governor, for everything that you're doing and for honestly showing us what true leadership looks like. This is, and everybody back here too, so thank you. We're originally from Tennessee. I don't know if you can hear the slang. We're originally from Tennessee, but we moved to Florida 8 years ago, and I could not be more proud to live in this state, honestly. So, you know, you never know how you're going to feel about something, how you're going to react, what you're going to do until it affects you or your family or your children specifically, personally. And I never thought I would be a homeschool mom because I love to work, but here we are. We moved to Palm Beach County from Orlando a year ago. We wanted private school, but due to because of things that we'd started hearing, but it wasn't in the cards for us financially. Everyone raved about Marsh Point Elementary. Everybody told us it was the very best school in our little area, and so we went with it. A weekend, we lost the opt-out opportunity in masking. A month in, a letter was sent home in my son's backpack, and I'm so glad I checked his bag. It was on a Friday that 3 kids from each class were going to be selected and form a new class without our knowledge at all. There was no details, no info whatsoever, no bio given, no meeting, no photo, and the parents aren't even allowed into school. We were just supposed to be okay with, sending our kid to a stranger. He had already made friends, so we prayed hard over this and trusted God would take care of him. He always does, just not how you would think sometimes. I'm a positive thinker, so we just went with it. We quickly started hearing questionable things. Parents were being called bullies because we were emailing her too much, and I'm like, we had a lot of questions, so yes, we were emailing her a lot. My son's behavior started to change a little bit. He was very frustrated with me, more so than normal. Later, other things came up, disturbing things about medical choices that I think should be between the family. The kids were given extra credit if they made these medical choices. 2nd grade, mind you. Yes, but here's where I drew the line. Thanksgiving morning, he chose to tell me on Thanksgiving. We were sitting there and he tells me about a book that she had read to the class called Call Me Max. It's this one here. If you've read the book at all, I could cry thinking about it. There was no permission slip given, no heads up and, hey, how do you feel about this? Nothing. There was somebody next door that gave a permission slip out to parents for James and the Giant Peach. And I'm like, what about that one? After she finished the book, so he had to sit there and listen to the whole thing. After she finished the book, he raised his hand and he said, no, this isn't right. This is not who God made you to be. And she disagreed with him and said, no, you can be whatever you want to be if you just have an imagination. And so I'm like, well, yeah, you can be a doctor, a lawyer, president, but God doesn't make mistakes, and he didn't make a mistake when he made you. So under this bill, which again, obviously most people have not read it. I don't think a lot of people have. It protects the fundamental rights of parents to make choices regarding the upbringing and the control of their children. It prohibits school districts from doing what happened in ours, and prohibits classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in a 2nd grade classroom. So needless to say, we never went back. We never went back to that class. He was moved to a 3rd person at this point. We had to switch him. I was like, he's not going back, but it was not an easy choice. It was not an easy process. The principal was not easy to work with in this. But people have asked, why couldn't we have stayed in that class? And the simple answer is, when I talked to the principal about it, he said that these books, meaning there's more than just that one, are a district requirement to be in the public schools. So they have the choice to read them or not, but it's a district requirement. So I was like, I don't want him around that without the wherewithal, without the knowledge as a parent. This school and how they handled things completely shattered my trust. And so I'm hoping with this new bill that things can change for all those sweet babies that aren't telling their parents, that aren't speaking up. So I'm beyond thankful for the opportunity to be a homeschool mom. It's crazy, but I'm thankful. And I'm hoping that this can help for the parents that don't have the choice. So thank you so much.
Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran. Where's he at?
Thanks, Governor. I feel a little pressure speaking after these great speakers, and I don't have photosynthesis in my remarks, so they dropped that bomb on me. But I think it's appropriate that we do this bill signing in a classical school. And if you look at what the classical model is, it goes back to the ancient Greek. And you talk about truth and goodness and beauty. And you're in a library, where, Mark Twain used to say the person who doesn't read books has no advantage of those that don't or illiterate. And if you look around the room, you see this just lined with great people throughout history, great thinkers, great philosophers, all in pursuit of truth. And what really is at stake, you've heard it from the governor, you've heard it from the speaker, you've heard it from these speakers, is it is a war on the existence of truth. What they're really trying to do, it's not just have debates and have people discuss whether you're on this side or that side. It is a war on whether truth really exists. And I also want to say at this point that how did I get to be the speaker when you bring in a bunch of cute kids? I mean, I'm drawing some little small straws today. One of them's mine. I won't tell you which one. She's over there. Can you stand for a sec?
Oh, yeah. Is that your youngest?
Yeah. But now that they're in the room, we got this bill signed. I just want to close with this. You've heard it said many times. I've worked for this governor for 4 years almost. And I will tell you, he's not a good governor. He's not a great governor. He's the best governor ever. And you've heard it said from some of the speakers, there's just not a, I'll say it publicly, fact check me, do whatever you want. There's not a single study in the entire world that says when parents are actively involved in their child's education that outcomes don't increase. It does not exist. It is an absolute truth. And what every parent should know, every legislation we have done, every educational proposal we have fought for from the day this guy took office has been one single thing in mind, and that is we are going to do everything we can to help children get a world-class education, and we're going to protect parents in their right to make sure that happens for their child. So to every single child, to every single parent, know this, that this governor has your back, and he will not back down. Thank you, guys.
Okay. You going to do it right here? All right. Excuse me, guys. You guys can crowd around here. You want a pen? Make sure Joe gets it. You guys all want a pen?
All right, I think I have it now. I don't think the sponsors are going to have 10 left. I think I might get it all the kids. How many kids do we have? 6? All right. So I think I can do 10 for each kid, and then one for the House sponsor and one for the Senate sponsor. All right, here we go. Today is the 28th. Show it off official. Okay. Anybody? Now, did you plan that together when he spoke? Come on.
Governor, talked to a lot of people who are gay or transgender during the process of this bill going through the legislative process. They're afraid that what's not on the page might chill speech in the classroom about people like them or teachers who maybe are gay, and when those topics come up about what your family looks like, they're afraid. Can you talk to them and just assuage their fears?
Well, I think what you said is very important. It's that's not on the page, that's not in the book. We're talking about classroom curriculum. There are different issues that will come up in the course. Kids will have questions on as they get older. I think, honestly, these kids probably aren't at that stage yet, but as you do. And so it's focused on the type of curriculum that we've shown here, which is not appropriate for these young kids. And it also says all grades, it needs to be age appropriate, which I think most people agree with. And then the protections for parents so that they're involved in what is going on with their kids. And when you listen to January tell her story about what they did with her child without her knowledge or consent, I don't think there's very many parents in the state of Florida that think that's okay. I can tell you, I don't think that's okay. First Lady, you don't even want to know what she would say. So that's what it's about. It's about protecting parents' ability to be involved, and it's making sure that the classroom instruction, particularly at these very young age, are focused on math, science, and reading. And what's not on the page is not what's going to be done. We are textualists, so we follow the law, and I know Richard will make sure that the Department of Education is going to follow the letter of the law, and that's how it should be. Yes, sir. Richard, you want to talk about that, because I know you guys in the school boards, and they have different.
And if you look at the language, it allows us to.
Yep.
If you read the last part of the bill, it gives the department to, once this bill is signed, now we can go and, whether it's the standards, whether it's the curriculum, whether it's the professional development, work it out so that people have that clear understanding. And I think if you talk to teachers, Jeff, you'll find that teachers are supportive of, they want guardrails. Where it's frustrating for a teacher is someone to say, hey, you're in trouble, you crossed the line, and nobody said the line was there. What this does is set clear guardrails, and I'll quote Justice O'Connor, I mean, age appropriate, I think people know what age appropriate is. We wouldn't be here having this discussion if generally speaking, there wasn't a real issue or a real problem. I mean, they're perfect examples. And so I think it's a great bill. It's a great opportunity for the department to make clear guidelines and guardrails for the teachers, and I think the teachers will be happy with that. No, what do you see happening?
That was here in Palm Beach. I mean, that's found in Florida when you have the genderbread man, and I think the Palm Beach, as you said, for second grade, they were saying it. And I think that's a good point, Richard, with the teachers. People that go in to teach kindergarten do not want to be teaching this as part of the curriculum. They want to focus on things that are core academic subjects and then obviously are age appropriate. I think the danger in how this has gotten in is not because most teachers want it to be. I think it's because these are directives from on high, from the bureaucracy, or from very politicized members of school boards. And I think that's what we've seen across the country. So most teachers just want to teach. They're not getting involved with very young kids to try to pursue some type of ideological agenda. They just want to do it. And that's, so I think in some ways it's a parent's protection, but I also think it's a teacher protection, because now teachers will be protected against someone from on high, whether in a bureaucracy or in a school board, telling them that they need to do genderbread man, or telling them that they need to talk about things like transgender to a first or second grader. Let's focus on the core academic subjects. Those issues, particularly for that age, that's something that parents can discuss or not as they deem appropriate, but that is not the right of a school district to supersede the parents' rights and inject things that the parents don't think are appropriate at those ages.
Governor, what's the biggest misconceptions that you're hearing people talk about this bill that bothers you the most?
Well, honestly, I mean, I think it's just the fact that they tried to sloganeer, they tried to create things that were not in the legislation, which that's politics. I mean, that's what happens. But they're doing it, I think many of these leftist politicians, they're doing it because they actually support having woke gender ideology in first grade. They support how January was treated by the school system there. They don't think parents should know. They think you should be able to have a school district that will gender transition somebody without even telling the parents or giving them the consent. So they've got to figure out a way to camouflage that policy position, because that is not a policy position that is going to be terribly popular. So I think that they've gone through sloganeering and all these things really out of desperation, because they know they could never argue their position on the merits. They would have to, they would crumble, I think, under the weight of outrage from parents if they were actually standing on the wall and saying that they support those things. And what I just say is, look, stand up and say what you're for, okay? If what you're for is good, you should be willing to stand up there and sing it to the heavens and let the chips fall where they may. The fact that you don't, the fact that you're trying to concoct narratives and manufacture this stuff, that just shows me that you're taking positions that are totally untenable. And so I'm not surprised. The funny thing was like, I think, Evan, you were one of the first to ask me. I just started getting asked about it. I wasn't even following how they're doing the language and all this. And I start hearing these slogans, and I'm like, okay, I know it's BS, right? I don't know what exactly they wrote. I just know this is BS. I can sniff this a mile away. So then when I went back and read what the kind of the language was that they were debating, and it says, no classroom instruction on sexuality or gender identity for grades K through 3. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Are they honestly going to go? Is this the hill they want to die on? And I understand they had dressed it up differently, but I was like, there is no way that that is something. But I think it was out of desperation because they knew they couldn't defend it on the merits, and so they had to do it. The good thing is people reject these narratives nowadays because they know so many of them are false. And so what are they trying to tell you? Why are they doing that? Who's doing that? And when it's the usual suspects, I think the majority of people in Florida, they chalk it up to, that's just business, usual suspects, we're not worried about it. But look, at the end of the day, stand up and say what you're for. If you think January should have been treated that way, then stand up and make that case. I don't think very many people think that. If you think that a Florida parent sending their kid to first grade should have the genderbread man in there talking about being a different gender as for a 6-year-old kid or 7-year-old kid, say that and try to make the case for it. But just be honest about where you're coming from on all this. And so I just want to thank you guys for coming. Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate what you're doing. Thanks, everybody. God bless.
I want to bring in Imran Ansari, our legal analyst. We've had you on the show in the past. Imran, thanks for joining us here. This is a story everyone has been talking about, and now next steps being taken. Who's going to be held liable for what happened?
Yeah, no, there could be multiple parties that are going to be brought into this lawsuit for the family, a wrongful death action being brought by attorneys Ben Crump and his team. And there may be multiple defendants here. Certainly the amusement park will be a likely defendant, and it would be a suit grounded in negligence, really. What was the duty of the amusement park, its employees, its agents, to make sure that this ride was safe, that the weight restrictions were being properly adhered to, and also that the safety mechanisms on that ride were being properly used. And we hear concerns whether the strap or the seatbelt was proper, along with this weight restriction that seemingly may have not been followed. But there may be also other defendants here. There may be the manufacturer of the ride itself. Was the manufacturer of this ride, did they deviate in any way from the proper safety protocols? Was this ride developed or designed in a manner which was defective or unsafe from the beginning? And these are all questions that are going to be laid out most likely in a lawsuit at some point against the amusement park, possibly the ride manufacturer, and possibly even individuals who are associated with the park if it could be established that there was some negligence on an individual basis.
So let's get into the history of this park, because our Fox 35 team immediately started looking into that after we heard about it. So Icon Park, they sent a letter to Slingshot Group of Companies, which owns not only the Orlando Free Fall ride that, of course, Tyree fell off of, but also Orlando Slingshot. That's another attraction at that park, and demanded that both sides be closed immediately until their safety was verified. They're not speaking out right now. Slingshot Group is not speaking out, and the status of Slingshot's operations is still unknown. And now we're hearing about inspections that both were inspected on December 20th of 2021, and they both passed those inspections. But since they're fairly new rides, they would have been inspected 6 months later, which would have been in June. So they have kept up with the inspections, I guess you could say, but now it might be a user error situation.
It could be a user error situation, but more likely, at least the family and their attorneys will be saying that it was actually a park error, situation where there were proper protocols that could have been followed, but were not followed. And when it comes down to the ride, whether the inspections passed is one thing, but whether the ride itself was manufactured, designed in a safe manner or not is another thing. So if you have a ride which is inherently unsafe from the get-go, well, then the inspections that follow may not necessarily have any importance if from the beginning this ride was somehow unsafe, designed in an unsafe manner, and did not have possibly the proper safety protocols or mechanisms to ensure that the riders were safe. Then again, with the park, how were their employees trained? Were the employees trained in a way to, say, spot someone who may not be appropriate for the ride, may not meet the weight restriction? And how were they trained to properly address that, possibly tell one of these possible riders that, no, you can't take the ride? And how were they enforcing that? Those are all questions that are all going to come out in the likely litigation that's going to follow this tragic, tragic event.
So is it possible, Imran, that this falls on the person who was strapping in the riders or had to go around and check? Because I don't know about you, but any ride I've been on, they come around and they check your harness and they see if it's locked in.
Yeah, and that is a question which is coming out through some of these 911 calls that are being released.
Right.
I know that there was a question whether the employee had checked and made sure that Mr. Sampson was in fact in and made some sort of statement like, yes, the light was on, which may be indicative that he checked and he thought it was, he or she checked and he thought that the rider was strapped in. But that's going to be a question which is going to come out and may be answered through the course of litigation, whether he was properly strapped in, whether they took the proper safeguards to make sure that harness was properly strapped and locked in. But unfortunately, this tragic event leads to litigation. It's almost expected after a horrible event like this happens in a public area like a park like this. And really some of these questions are most likely going to be answered during the course of litigation as discovery is exchanged between the parties and people are deposed.
Right. Yeah, just horrific for that family to think about the fact that their son, their 14-year-old son, fell like that to his own death. I'm curious what your thoughts are on what kind of case they do have. Where do you see this going?
I think it's going to be a long litigation. So a case like this really lends itself to a lot of discovery. And what I mean by that is that when both sides enter the court with a lawsuit, either party gets to request certain documents, depositions, testimony from the other side, its witnesses, etc. And a case like this where there are possibly multiple defendants, and that could be like I said, the manufacturer of the ride, the company that owns the park, the landowner, the property owner, possibly individual employees. That's going to lend itself to likely lengthy litigation unless a settlement is offered up front and liability is somehow established against one or more of the parties, and perhaps then there's a settlement. But these cases, a tragedy like this, multiple parties, technical aspects, right? Technical aspects of the ride, biomechanical engineering, which comes into play here. That really lends itself to some lengthy litigation. And there may not be real closure, at least in a court of law, for this family for quite some time.
Yeah, that's for sure. And this is absolutely changing the Orlando free fall ride itself. It's closed and likely indefinitely. They're calling it the tallest drop tower in the world, according to Icon Park's website. And they've since removed that attraction from the webpage as a whole. Is this somewhat assuming guilt by doing this, or is that a smart step?
I think it's a smart step. After a tragedy like this, if you are in control of that ride, if you are the property owner upon which that ride rests on, you're going to do everything you can to safeguard that area, to shut it down, and do some damage control. Damage control, not only on a legal sense, but also on the public sense. This is a tragedy, a horrific event that should have never happened. And you want to be sensitive to the family. And also sensitive to those entering your park still, and making sure that people are safe after a tragedy like this.
Yeah, I know it's making me take a step back from possibly going to amusement rides. Hey, maybe I'll do that next year. It's just a really horrific situation. I know a lot of people feel like that. Any last thoughts, Imran, moving forward, especially with Ben Crump covering the family? This is big. It's a big case.
Yeah, Ben Crump has been, an attorney retained on a number of high-profile cases lately. This is just one in the many that he has been retained on. He's been retained by families involved with those who were involved in police shootings. He's been retained by many of the families of those involved with violence against those in the inner city and desperate treatment of minorities. So this is yet another case for Ben Crump. And if you know Ben Crump and his firm, he's probably going to take this case very seriously. And the litigation is going to be pretty high stakes. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the court of law. But of course, we mourn the loss of an adolescent whose life was cut way too short.
Yeah, that's right. Tyree Sampson, as the family released balloons at that park and honored his life. So a lot to be watching in this. Imran Ansari, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we'll talk.
still somebody who serves hot bar on you.
Which honestly, at this point, is unexcusable.
Yeah, I'm just
It's been 2 years.
I don't understand. It happens every time.
I found that.
Yes, yeah. Right, like more official than me like sitting trying to hush the dog while I'm like cooking a grilled cheese and listening to it. Yeah, it honestly feels like it's more fun than a job if I wanted.
For IOC, this budget will still support IOCs in 2030. 2 minutes. It's in the P1's been released 6.
For the budget? Did they do that? I thought that they would do like 250.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today to discuss the Army's FY23 budget request. The Honorable Gabe Camarillo, Undersecretary of the Army, and Major General Mark Bennett, the Director of the Army Budget, will provide you an in-depth overview, then take a few questions. I'll be alternating between reporters in the room and phone line if we have any on the phone line. We will also hold a media roundtable tomorrow morning. You'll have more opportunity then to ask additional questions. Today we have 40 minutes for this. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And what I'd like to do is maybe begin by opening up by highlighting some of the key investments in the Army's FY23 budget submission. And then I'll turn it over to Major General Mark Bennett to my left to give you a more detailed rundown of our PB submission. So I think I'd like to begin by just noting that the FY23 budget is a positive one for the Army because it really lets us do two things simultaneously. First, we maintain a high level of readiness with robust funding for our CTC rotations, our flying hours, and this is really important because it allows us, to kind of continue building upon just the record of tremendous performance across varied missions over the last year. You look back, and there's the COVID response where over 50,000 soldiers mobilized in support of nationwide response efforts. Disaster response at home, where the National Guard mobilized to respond to flooding and wildfires. And then Operation Allies Welcome Support, where we responded to support over 40,000 displaced Afghans at 6 Army installations. And then, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight our most recent example of that readiness in our response to Ukraine, supporting the NATO deterrence mission in Europe with over 45,000 soldiers deployed to Germany and Poland. But the second reason that this budget is positive for us is that it enables a continued transformation to the Army of 2030 as we strategically pivot from 2 decades of a focus on counterterrorism to an Army adapted to meet our top-pacing challenge in China and the acute threat of Russian aggression. The Army's continued transformation is done by maintaining momentum in this budget on our modernization programs. We're including the fielding of our mobile protected firepower and the next generation squad weapon, and continuing our investment in people, in talent management, and building a positive command climate at scale, as well as cutting edge formations. So as part of that ongoing transformation, I'd like to just highlight a few of the ways that our budget invests in capabilities that will enable the Army to meet the objectives of the National Defense Strategy and our joint warfighting needs. So the department will, as you've heard today, achieve its strategic objectives through integrated deterrence, active campaigning, and building an enduring advantage. We use this framework to illustrate how our investments are aligned to the NDS. So I'll start with enabling integrated deterrence, which, as you've heard already, this is working really across warfighting domains, across theaters and spectrums of conflict as part of the joint force. And as we look at this, investing in some of our capabilities, just a few of our examples include delivering the long-range hypersonic weapon prototype, the ultra-fast, maneuverable, long-range missiles that provide a powerful deterrent to adversaries and a next-generation capability in combat operations. A mid-range capability, missile prototype, that integrates another next-generation deterrence platform in support of the Army's long-range precision fires, and fielding our precision strike missiles with extended range, lethality, and survivability using current launcher platforms, and with investments in this budget to further upgrade capability into the future. This also includes transforming our force structure as part of integrated deterrence. And that includes fielding, for example, the Army's third multi-domain task force, which integrates fires, cyber, EW, and info warfare, as well as Project Convergence 22, which is our continued effort to combine experimentation and exercises with our partners and allies to promote that interoperability that's so critical as part of the joint force, improve situational awareness, and accelerated decision-making timelines. I'd also note here an issue on the Army's end strength. So for the Army to keep momentum on our modernization programs and to transform to the Army of 2030, it's absolutely important that we maintain our emphasis on high-quality talent that we need for our cutting-edge formations and as we field new capabilities, just as I said that we would use in our MTDFs. We did not want to lower our standards in FY23 to address any gaps in our recruiting projections, so we proactively made a decision to temporarily reduce our end strength from 485,000 soldiers to 476,000 in FY22 and 473,000 in FY23. And I would just want to emphasize that this is not a budget-driven decision. It's about maintaining high quality of our talent and of our recruiting, and we will look to build back up our end strength over the course of the FYDP. Next, I'd like to talk about the second pillar, which is executing our global campaigning, where as part of the joint force, the Army enhances deterrence and gains military advantage over time by campaigning. And here I'd like to note that our budget includes investments for our SFABs, our rotations in EUCOM and INDOPACOM that enhance interoperability and combined arms training at the tactical level. Our continued funding for Pacific Pathway exercises and Defender Europe, which obviously continue to build on the great work being done there in those two theaters. Implementing the Army's Arctic strategy to build capacity and improve capabilities to our Army units in Alaska, and further investments in Army prepositioned stock. Next slide, please. The third pillar is building an enduring advantage, and as we've heard today, it's all about building the reforms, putting into place the investments that are needed to make our capabilities enduring as part of a defense ecosystem and maintaining that joint force advantage. And first, I would have to emphasize our investment in people within this budget. People are by far our greatest asset, and talent is our greatest advantage. So we have investments to build positive command climate at scale, to include funding for cohesion assessment teams, continued implementation of the Independent Review Commission and Fort Hood Independent Review Commission, and that includes funding a prevention workforce, our ongoing CID, Criminal Investigation Division transformation, and various talent management initiatives to include the BCAP and CCAP programs to help us get the right people with the right skills in the right job. Quality of life investments in soldier barracks, housing, and child development centers are all really important to make sure that we are investing in our people and their resiliency. Next, I'd like to point here is tackling climate change to ensure operational effectiveness. The Army led the way in issuing the first climate strategy within the Department of Defense among the services, and that includes funding and investments in this budget for installation resilience, to include renewable energy generation, improved warfighting capability through hybrid electric tactical vehicles that will reduce signatures on the battlefield and ultimately reduce the logistical burdens of fuel, and adaptive training in extreme weather environments. And then lastly, I'd note that there is funding in this budget will support further innovation in the industrial base, as evidenced by our continued investments in hypersonic weapons to support that growing industrial base, and modernization of our Army ammunition plants, which are a key part of building readiness for our warfighters. So now, with that said, I'd like to turn over to Major General Bennett, who will provide you with additional details regarding the budget request.
Thank you, Honorable Camarillo. Today, I will present an overview of the United States Army's fiscal year 2023 budget request, which, if fully funded, supports Army readiness, maintains the momentum of the Army's transformation to a more capable force, and upholds our people-first focus. Before we dive into the FY23 request, I do want to express the Army's thanks to Congress for providing the funding for this 2022 fiscal year and thank them for their continued support. In the aggregate, you can see the Army's FY23 budget request is $177.5 billion, which rounds up to roughly $178 billion. This is about $2.8 billion more than the 22 enacted levels. You will also note that this request for the second year in a row is all in base program funding. The light blue annotations near the top of the columns for FY22 and FY23 are still base program funding, but support our overseas operations in the Central and European commands. It is also important to note that DoD and the Army did receive additional supplemental funding in several of the continuing resolution measures in support of humanitarian assistance for Operation Allies Welcome and supplemental funding in the FY22 omnibus appropriation for support to Ukraine that is not represented in the FY22 columns. I will now address additional details of how our request takes care of our people, maintains our near-term readiness, and continues our modernization efforts as we review each of the Army's appropriations. The Army's base budget request, an increase of roughly $2.8 billion above the 22 enacted appropriation. This funding level total reflects the combined resource requirements for all three components, the active, U.S. Army Reserve, and Army National Guard, to include our overseas operations costs. Our military personnel accounts grew $3.2 billion. These funds enable the Army to recruit, train, and promote and retain quality soldiers. These funds also pay reserve component soldiers on active duty needed to support operational missions. The military pay accounts also provide recruiting and retention bonuses necessary to maintain the all-volunteer force. The operations and maintenance funding request increased $3.6 billion from the 22 enacted levels. This funding provides readiness and also enhances our SHARP, Suicide Prevention, and Criminal Investigation Division restructuring efforts. O&M also resources improvements for the civilian workforce, such as the pay raise, and continues to invest in the quality of life of soldiers through increased funding for the improvement of barracks and facilities. The procurement and research, development, test, and evaluation request of $35 billion allows the Army to maintain momentum of our modernization efforts as we continue our transition from irregular warfare to strategic competition. The Army also continues to emphasize our 6 signature priority efforts that are critical to maintaining the competitive edge. The military construction request of $1.9 billion supports a total of 29 projects across the total Army. The priorities for facility investments remain as quality of life, readiness, and modernization. Lastly, you will note in our other accounts the elimination of the roughly $3.3 billion in the Afghan Security Forces Fund from our FY22 enactment and the FY23 President's budget request. I will now begin a more in-depth look at the budget request, beginning with the Army's end strength. As previously addressed by Honorable Camarillo, we did not want to lower our recruiting standards, so we proactively made a decision to temporarily reduce end strength from 485,000 soldiers to 473,000 soldiers in FY23. Army National Guard and Army Reserve end strength remains unchanged. This was not a budget-driven decision. It's about quality, and we will look to build end strength over the future years' defense program. For the Army to keep momentum on modernization and to transform to the Army of 2030, we must maintain emphasis on high-quality talent needed for cutting-edge formations and new capabilities like we use in our multi-domain task forces. Funding that would have been used for the previously higher end strength was placed against reserve component mobilization requirements funded through the active military personnel appropriation. The requested end strength enables the Army to fill units and provide new capabilities designed to face emerging threats and supports the all-domain fight. Military personnel accounts are the second largest portion of the Army's base budget. The FY23 request of $69.1 billion is an increase of $3.2 billion from the FY22 enacted levels. The request compensates soldiers with a 4.6% pay raise, the largest in 20 years, and provides for recruiting and retention incentives, increases allowances for housing by 3.9%, and also an increase in food subsistence allowance by 3.4%. The National Guard and Army Reserve components' military personnel accounts fund their statutory training days, exercise participation, recruiting and retention incentives, and education benefits and full-time support. Now let's take a look at operations and maintenance. The Army's operation and maintenance accounts represent the largest appropriation category within the Army and provide funds to recruit, organize, train, and sustain active Army component forces worldwide. The FY23 active Army request of $58.3 billion reflects an increase of approximately $3 billion from FY22, or roughly 5.4% above the 22 enacted level. The Operations and Maintenance Army account resources home station training and that required directed readiness table levels for active brigade combat teams and our combat aviation brigades. Army's O&M focus also funds further implementation of the Regionally Aligned Readiness Modernization Model, or REARM. To increase readiness for joint all-domain operations, there is also an increase for a total of 22 Combat Training Center rotations, 8 at the National Training Center, 8 at the Joint Readiness Training Center, 4 at the Joint Multinational Readiness Center, and 2 exportable rotations, one each in Alaska and Hawaii. 2 of these rotations are Army National Guard BCT rotations at JRTC, the Joint Readiness Training Center, emphasizing total Army readiness and our interoperability. Operations and maintenance funding supports numerous multilateral exercises around the globe in support of allies and in partnership building, to include our Pacific Pathways theater exercise activities. It also allows for the continuation of the Army's multi-year campaign for Project Convergence, which the next event is scheduled to begin this September. In FY23, the Army will implement 28 of the Independent Review Commission recommendations to include further implementation of the Army prevention workforce across all components of the Army, continuing the restructure of the Army Sexual Harassment, Assault Response, and Prevention Program, and implementing criminal justice reforms to include the establishment of the Centralized Office of Special Trial Counsel. The Army will also focus its efforts on installation resiliency, where we will see energy improvements and efficiency to include plan, design, and execution of energy and utility projects. We will use engineering solutions and partnerships to increase installation energy resilience through energy savings performance contracts and utility energy service contracts. In FY23, the active Army addresses several critical installation and facility readiness programs by increasing funding for the restoration and modernization of our facilities by $420 million, increasing funding for facility sustainment from 80 to 85% of the requirement, and increasing funding for base operations and support to 93% of the requirements. We'll now take a look at the O&M for the Army National Guard and Army Reserve. The Army's 23 budget request supports a combined $11.4 billion O&M requirement for the Army National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. The Operation and Maintenance National Guard request of $8.2 billion represents an increase of $500 million from the 22 enacted amount and resources the National Guard to enhance warfighter readiness and increase lethality, while simultaneously investing in sustainment, restoration, and modernization of facilities. The budget funds Army National Guard BCT's brigade combat teams to a platoon level of proficiency and provides a force that can support combatant commander requirements, defend against threats to the homeland, and remain responsive to governors for natural disasters and emergencies. The Operation and Maintenance Army Reserve request of $3.2 billion is a $200 million increase from the FY22 enacted level. The Army Reserve's 23 O&M budget focuses on the core competency of units supporting a responsive, flexible, and enduring Army Reserve capable of providing essential combat enablers who are trained, equipped, and lethal. The budget also provides sufficient funding to train the Army Reserve to a platoon level proficiency. It provides resources to increase the Army Reserve's home station flying hour program to support the rotational requirements of reserve aviation units, increasing aviation units training to a company level proficiency. Now that I've discussed the Army's personnel and operations and maintenance readiness accounts, I'll present the Army's 23 budget request aimed towards our modernization strategy and our research, development, and acquisition accounts. The 23 budget request for research, development, and acquisition is $35 billion. The Army's modernization efforts are critical to maintaining our competitive edge as we transition our focus from irregular warfare to strategic power competition. We continue to emphasize the 6 signature priority efforts of long-range fires, next-generation combat vehicles, future vertical lift, the network, air and missile defense, and soldier lethality. The Army is focusing on its signature efforts to enable a holistic approach to our modernization efforts to provide the joint force with relevant, credible, and modernized forces and capabilities to meet future challenges. Over the next few slides, I will highlight how our budget request supports Army modernization priorities as seen through our RDT&E and procurement appropriation requests. The Army's $13.7 billion research, development, test, and evaluation request accelerates incremental upgrades to existing systems, delivering greater capabilities to our soldiers sooner, and advances cutting-edge technologies that will generate the decision dominance and overmatch required to win the next fight. Accounting for one-time funding received in FY22, the FY23 RDT&E request is $1.6 billion higher than the remaining FY22 enacted amount, which facilitates the Army's momentum in its modernization efforts. The FY23 request includes $2.7 billion for science and technology efforts to continue to seek out and mature technologies that address Army modernization, along with enabling technologies, including Project Convergence and artificial intelligence, that support the transformation towards a data-centric Army with integration across our modernization priorities. In FY23, we plan to deliver prototypes with continued investments in a long-range hypersonic weapon for 1 battery, mid-range capability missile and flight testing, and the precision strike munitions. The FY23 President's budget request also includes $90.8 million in FY23 funding for Project Convergence. This is a combination of O&M and RDT&E. This funding will enable the Joint Force to continue to focus on joint experimentation that incorporates our closest allies and partners. Project Convergence will continue to experiment with emerging technologies and joint concepts that will result in the combined forces' ability to demonstrate offensive and defensive capabilities that can deter peer adversaries and, if necessary, defeat them in large-scale combat operations. Army RDT&E investments support the Army's modernization priorities through early integration of concepts, prototyping, and testing to ensure future generations of soldiers continue to be the most lethal fighting force in the world. Next, we'll move to procurement. The Army's 23 procurement request of $21.3 billion supports enduring equipment as well as the transition to procuring our modernized capabilities. I will continue through each of the procurement appropriations. Army aircraft procurement continues investment in operational enduring aviation platforms and systems, while modernization efforts progress in the research and development phase discussed earlier. The reduction of roughly $500 million is due largely to the reductions for one-time funding in the Gray Eagle, UH-60, and CH-47 aircraft programs. The 23 air and missile defense munitions portfolio provides critical munitions to accommodate the change in the current operational environment. The funding request supports critical munitions for combatant commanders with the increased purchase of the Joint Air-to-Ground Missile and the Missile Segment Enhanced Missile programs. We are also replenishing wartime stockpiles of preferred and advanced munitions. In weapons and tracked combat vehicles, the Army has transitioned to modernization efforts for the Armored Multi-Purpose Vehicle, Mobile Protected Firepower, and the Next Generation Squad Weapon, while slowing Enduring Systems enhancements for Abrams, Bradley, Stryker, and the Paladin Integrated Management programs. The Army continues to invest in maintaining and upgrading the organizational industrial base production facilities with investments at the Holston Ammunition Plant and Waterville Arsenal to meet the requirements of upcoming next-generation ammunition and equipment, environmental standards, and workplace safety. The Army's other procurement account decreases by just under $1 billion due to one-time increases and other reductions, including for all-terrain cranes and explosive ordnance render-safe sets. Notable increases in our request include counter-small UAS division sets, in-service retrofit kits for Humvees, and the Tactical Intelligence Target Access Node, which is a critical intel system in support of our #1 modernization priority of long-range fires. Now let's take a look at a select set of quantity comparisons from FY22 to 23. This chart provides a snapshot of select procurement program quantities. The Armored Multi-Purpose Vehicle schedule was rebaselined due to production startup issues and pandemic impacts, which is why there were none in FY22 and now 72 requested in 23. Our Next Generation Squad Weapon purchase supports fielding to over 6 combat brigades. I will pause a few moments to allow you to review further. We can now move on to facilities. The Army's facility infrastructure is a critical aspect of Army readiness. Army senior leaders recognize our soldiers, civilians, and their families should be provided a quality of life commensurate to their selfless service and commitment to our nation. Accounting for roughly $1 billion in one-time increased funding received in FY22, our FY23 military construction and family housing request is roughly $200 million below the FY22 enacted levels. The request addresses requirements to recapitalization needs, including $153 million for 2 barracks projects, one at Joint Base Lewis McChord and the other at Germany, $32 million for one child development center at Fort Polk, Louisiana, $69 million for a medical clinic at Kwajalein Atoll, $229 million for 11 readiness centers, 9 in the National Guard and 2 in the Army Reserve, $135 million for minor construction for active Guard and Reserve components, $202 million for planning design across all components, and $152 million for 2 overseas family housing construction projects, one in Baumholder, Germany, and the other in Vicenza, Italy. There is $185.4 million in support of our European Deterrence Initiative efforts, including for 2 battalion training complexes for operations and vehicle maintenance at Grafenwehr, Germany. The Army's BRAC funding request supports environmental cleanup, restoration, and conveyance of excess properties at locations designated under previous BRAC rounds. FY23 requested funds keep the Army's planned cleanup efforts on track. Next up is the Army's other accounts. In the Army's other accounts, our request includes other basic requirements that are funded outside our main appropriations, including at one of our most important sites. This year's request includes $156 million for the Arlington National Cemetery to fund day-to-day operations of the final resting place for our fallen heroes. The Army is also requesting over $1 billion for the Chemical Demilitarization Program. And lastly, the FY23 Army's Working Capital Fund request is $29.9 million, which due to rounding only displays a 0 on the chart. The last funding type I will discuss is overseas operations costs. The Army has managed large overseas operations budgets since 2001. The funding required for these operations changes from year to year, and starting in FY22, funding formerly known as OCO is now referred to as overseas operations, with all the funds in the base budget. The Army is requesting over $14.6 billion in overseas operation costs, primarily for our operations and support here in the continental United States and in the Central European and Horn of Africa area of operations. The military personnel request supports roughly 25,000 mobilized RC soldiers that will serve overseas as well as in the continental United States. Operations and maintenance costs of $9.7 billion are requested to support direct and enduring costs for Operation Inherent Resolve, Operation Enduring Sentinel, and Operation Spartan Shield, as well as counterterrorism support operations, Guantanamo, and the Horn of Africa. Our European Deterrence Initiative funding grows an additional $464 million to $2.8 billion request that includes $942 million for increased presence through the rotation of a division headquarters, armored brigade combat team, and other enabler units, supported with additional active and mobilized reserve component units and soldiers. $305 million of that request provides funding for exercises in support of Defender Europe, Operation Atlantic Resolve, and Operation Joint Guardian in Kosovo. And $41 million is being requested to enhance and sustain a mission partner environment network. As a reminder, the Afghan Security Forces Fund was neither enacted in 22 nor requested in FY23 as shown in the table. The Army still manages funding for the Counter-Islamic State of Iraq and Syria Train and Equip Fund, or CTEF. The CTEF is a pass-through account for the military support of partner nations in combating terrorism. And while it is called a pass-through account, the Army exercises fiscal stewardship and oversight in accordance with the DoD financial management regulations. Thank you for your time and attention this afternoon. I will now turn it back over to Honorable Camarillo for his summary closing comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very brief and just say that this budget puts us on a sustainable strategic path to get to the Army of 2030. Our three priorities of readiness, people, and modernization are all addressed. It enables our ability to maintain that high level of readiness that I mentioned at the outset, invests in key capabilities to support soldiers and their families, and then of course maintains continuity on the modernization of our warfighting capabilities. So we look forward to hearing your questions, and thank you all for being here today.
As many as possible here. Start out with Tony.
Tony Fascio, over two questions. One, when in the FIDA do you start building back up the 12,000? You both mentioned a couple times temporarily. What years, 26, 27? And for General Bennett, about $3 billion increase over enacted. Is that negative real growth, or what is the real growth that the Army experienced? Secretary McCord earlier said the DoD experienced a 1.5% real growth over the enacted once inflation is factored in.
General Bennett. Sir, I think first I'll address the answering question there. The Army will continually assess, as Honorable McCord mentioned, kind of our posture on towards that and achieving that and taking a look at that end strength there. So I think that will be an ongoing assessment as we continue forward into the future. Now, for your inflation question, as Honorable McCord did mention, we did take a look. We paid a lot of attention to it. The 1.5% real growth above the 22, the already inflated position there. So from the Army's perspective, we did receive roughly $1 billion to cover our pay raises that supported that, as well as we got roughly $3 billion to address what I'll call non-pay and non-fuel price growth, to help answer your question there.
What percentage of real growth did the Army experience? Is it 1% or negative growth or what?
Sure, I'll have to get back to you on the percent of real growth question to address the problem. It's more complicated than it sounds.
Okay, thank you.
Jen?
Hi, Jen Justin with Defense News. I just have a quick question I think we're all asking, which is the acquisition programs by weapons system book that the DoD put out. Does it match your trifold for specific programs in RDA? There's only some of them that are listed. So what number should we trust? The numbers in the little trifold or the numbers in the DoD-wide book?
Do you have a specific example I might be able to address? Or
Precision strike munition, I think, is...
Prism, yeah.
The Prism, yeah, that one is confusing.
The little trifold says 260 million for Prism, and then the DoD weapons cost says 472.7 million.
We can look to get
Yeah, we're going to have to get that answer back to you because I'm not.
What I would just say is obviously there's different increments of the precision strike missile program that are happening simultaneously. So there is obviously increment, the current increment we're on, and then the next increment, which will do the multi-mode seeker. So to the extent that those are overlapping in any of those characterizations, I think that might be it, but we'll double check and verify.
Thank you. And then just the question that I actually had was you had mentioned that you're slowing Abrams, Bradley, Stryker, and PIM. I think I had a little fidelity on Abrams and Stryker already. So how much is Bradley and PIM slowed based on what you were planning in FY22 for FY23? How has that changed? And then for the AMPV numbers, you're procuring 72, I believe, or you're funding the procurement of 72. So is that what BAE is capable of delivering in a year, or could they go faster? And is this a budget-based decision?
So I'll start. Obviously, when we balance the overall portfolio for RDA, particularly in our procurement programs, it is a careful fine-tuning of systems that we are developing with R&D, RDT&E funding, and then, of course, what we're procuring as we're transitioning from the enduring systems to the new. So it is a careful balance every single year, and that always is the case. The quantities, as far as AMPV are concerned, we'll have to double check whether that's just a carryover from the prior year as they were obviously experiencing the supply chain issues, but we can get back to you on that one. And then I believe your other question was with respect to, was it PIM?
Bradley and PIM.
Okay, and I'll turn to General Bennett for that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now again, we're slowing down. It's roughly 181 million for Bradley and 170 million in PIM, and that's just the difference last year to this year.
What does that get? What does that not get you that you were planning in FY22 though? Do you have like a sense? Like I know that for instance, the Abrams and Stryker, Abrams, I think the original intention in FY22 for FY23 was that you were gonna, I may have this wrong, 3/4 of an ABCT, but now it's half of an ABCT. Do you have something like that for Bradley and PIM laid out that you could help us see how that's flowing?
I can get that information to you, yes.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, the dollar amount is hard for me to understand.
Sure, understand.
Hi, Ashley Roki with James. You've mentioned some of the procurement slowdowns. Could you talk about any RDT&E programs that you might have slowed down to help fund other modernization priorities? And then also going through the P1s, I didn't see anything for infantry squad vehicle or IVAS, so I'm not sure if they're just listed somewhere else or something's missing, or if you could just update us.
Let me just answer the question generally, and then I'll turn it to General Bennett. So obviously, there are fact-of-life changes every year with programs that are in the developmental phase. So if it is a test event that gets delayed, as we've seen with IVAS, there could be adjustments, obviously, to the funding profile that are associated with those. So, were the programs in the developmental phase sources for, wholesale changes in the portfolio? That certainly was not our approach. But again, if there are kind of puts and takes, it would just reflect the realities of where the programs are executing. So as far as the specific programs you mentioned, I'll turn to General Bennett to answer your questions.
We did aim 82% of our RDT&E budget at our top 6 priorities, so a lot of effort focusing would be aimed towards that. And I'll have to provide you some specific examples of RDT&E accounts that were being reduced.
But are you funding IVAS and infantry squad vehicle? This year, there's like nothing in the budget.
Both programs are moving forward.
Yes, they are moving forward. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
On IVAS, we're just moving forward to the IoT that was obviously slightly delayed, and then we are continuing on the ISV program. So as far as whatever numbers did or didn't show up in the justification documents or any of the materials you have, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the phone line real quick. Steve Bannon.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello? You got me?
I can hear you.
No? Okay.
All right, we'll come back to Steve. Haley?
Thank you. Haley with Task and Purpose. I noticed, or you mentioned CTC rotations 22 funded. That seems to be pretty in line with years past, but in 2020, I know the Army said, we're looking to reduce some of that, to reduce some of the op-tempo and stress on families and soldiers. I mean, are we seeing a reduction in that? Is that no longer really an option given what's happening in Europe, that is being set aside? And then also with the end strength numbers, I know you've mentioned it's about quality of recruits, not like a budget issue. What issue with the quality of the recruiting pool now are you expecting to no longer be an issue in a few years to build up those numbers again?
Yeah, let me answer your second question first, and then I'll take your first. So certainly, I think, unlike every other employer in the economy, we're facing obviously some challenging conditions in terms of our ability to recruit and attract talent. It's no different. All of us in the Department of Defense are all in a war for talent every single year. And what we're just seeing is, given the particular conditions of a very tight labor market, our ability to meet all of our projected recruiting goals, we're a little bit challenged in FY 22 and 23. And so we made the assessment that we would not want to adjust our specific criteria for quality, and so we want the highest quality caliber recruits that we can bring into the Army, and so we made the decision to just temporarily reduce end strength as opposed to lowering our standards. So we don't anticipate that it is a lasting change, as we talked about earlier. It is something that we hope to bring back up over the course of the fight up, and it is something that we certainly think is reflective of what we hope to be transient conditions in the labor market. As to your your first question on the CTC rotations, certainly we feel that maintaining that high level of readiness is consistent with the consistent demand for what the Army does year in and year out. We have seen in all 3 compos that they have been asked to do quite a bit. So we are always conscious and concerned about the stresses on the force, particularly our families as well. So we are looking at ways that we can perhaps mitigate some of those burdens on our soldiers that have deployed quite a bit over the last couple of years to perform pretty extraordinary missions.
So is that 2020 decision, has that just not been enacted to reduce some of that, or is that something that will happen slowly over the next several years? I'm just wondering where we are in that compared to what the funding is now.
Yeah, and I'll let General Bennett chime in because that predates me. So to be honest with you, that decision was not made when I was here. But certainly I know we are looking at across the spectrum of different ways that we can try to address kind of that churn and those impacts on military families. So, but again, we are doing what we need to do to make sure that we maintain our readiness levels at where we need them, given what the Army's requirements are. You want to add anything?
Thanks, sir. Yeah, I think I can add to that. Like Honorable Camarillo said, we are taking a look at obviously the impact on our families, but I'll also add that one of the best ways to take care of soldiers is to train them. Okay, and they like training and they like to focus on being ready to do their job, and readiness being one of the things that the Army has demonstrated this year. that is able to bring to the table for our combatant commanders, both here with the Allies Welcome Mission, as well as we've just demonstrated here recently in Europe. So, but that's how I would say it's getting them ready, and ready makes them happy and makes them ready to go.
Right.
Brian Everstown with Aviation Week. I was hoping to drill down a little bit more on the FVL funding. Does this support the regular schedule, the schedule for IOC in 2030 for source selection coming up? And can you drill down any more on the breakdown for FARA, ITEP within that amount?
I am going to have to get back to you on that level of detail. I am not the expert on FVL and FARA and FLRAA.
Let me jump in if I could just for a little bit. So we have not adjusted the schedule for kind of the 2 FVL programs. We're hoping to make that make the milestones that we had set in place given the current competition. I know that particularly in the case of FARA, I think we had to realign some of the funding dollars just to align them to the ITEP program. But you'll see kind of those kinds of puts and takes, as I said earlier, fact of life changes within the current budget submission. I think your third question was just on ITEP, or was there another platform?
Oh, just is there any breakdown for the funding?
Yeah, we can get you the full breakdown between the 3 programs.
All right, we'll try Steve online one more time.
Hey, appreciate it. I see we're getting a lot more next generation squad weapons. Could we just get an update on where we are at and who is testing those weapons this year? And could we also get a few more details on the Arctic strategy and what money is going there? Thank you.
Let me start with the question with regard to the Arctic strategy. Certainly as we begin to operationalize that, there are some investments in this budget. I believe it's just south of $100 million. I want to say it's about $91 million, if I'm correct, and General Bennett can correct me. And that funds a variety of efforts to include additional training efforts, some of the cold weather equipment that we have certainly prioritized as part of the strategy for our soldiers that are stationed in Alaska, and some of the other things that we can do to kind of help operationalize it. With regard to the next generation squad weapon, we can get back to you with regard to specific production quantities that we are funding in this budget, unless General Bennett has it.
I've got some details here. You were very close on the Arctic strategy. We've got just over $101.8 million really aimed at 4 main avenues. First, we're going to purchase 13 cold all-weather all-terrain vehicles, or the CAT-Vs. We've got winterization of equipment. We're also including the exportable CTC that I previously mentioned, and we're also continuing to purchase winter OCIE. To your next generation squad weapon question, the planned replacement for the SAW, we're purchasing 17,164 NZSW fire control modules, as well as purchasing 1,704 automatic rifles and 16,348 rifles in 23.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the time we have for today. As a reminder, we have a media roundtable tomorrow. You should have the information in your email. If you do not, please see me after the brief. Thank you.
Is that going to be an hour tomorrow? Or?
It's going to be 45.
45.
cannot be overstated. We provide a combat credible presence, ensuring critical waterways remain open. Our forward deployed and strategic forces signal formidable strength to our allies and deter our adversaries. American security rests on our ability to control the seas and project power across all domains. Your Navy and Marine Corps team must be resourced to operate, build, train, and equip the most modern, technologically advanced, and combat-ready force. As of today, 28 March, the Navy and Marine Corps provide forward-postured, maritime-based forces, including over 53,000 sailors and 29,000 Marines, currently deployed or underway on 128 ships, to include 5 carrier strike groups and 2 expeditionary strike groups. Along with our allies and partners, we are operating from the seabed to space to provide immediate response options to our leadership to deter and defend against our adversaries. Overall, your Navy and Marine Corps are engaged in joint, integrated operations around the world, and demand for our presence continues to increase. This requires careful management of deployment schedules, given the general trend of declining ship count over the next future year's defense plan, while requirements for our naval forces remains high. To continue, Admiral Gumbleton will now highlight further how our Navy and Marine Corps are supporting our global requirements, and then he will detail our investments in this budget request to meet Secretary Del Toro's enduring priorities to strengthen maritime dominance, empower our people, and strengthen strategic partnerships and alliances in support of the Defense Department's pillars of integrated deterrence, campaigning forward, and building upon our enduring advantages. Admiral Gumbleton.
Thank you, Undersecretary Berger. Transitioning to the fiscal slides, the FY 2023 President's budget request is $230.8 billion. This is a $9.1 billion and 4.1% increase of our recently enacted FY 22 budget. On the top, you will see a graph by service split percentage. The Navy budget at $180.5 billion and the Marine Corps budget at $50.3 billion. Beginning in the lower left, our Navy budget increases by almost 5%, shows real growth in all appropriations. In the lower right, our Marine Corps budget increases by nearly 2%, with significant growth in operation and maintenance and research and development. Within the Marine Corps funding, you'll note what looks like a 35% reduction in military construction. This is an artifact of how generous Congress was during the FY22 enactment. Overall, though growth is achieved in this request, budget decisions reinforced by warfighter analytics and tough choices were still required. You will see in these next slides how the Department's request enables us to provide the Joint Force Commander globally responsive, combat-ready naval expeditionary forces, aligned with and supporting the Department of Defense strategic pillars. For ship construction, the Department appreciates the strong support by Congress for naval shipbuilding in FY22, which included 5 vessels over our PB22 request. This year, we plan to procure an additional 9 Battle Force ships. Pivotal to supporting our national strategic priority of integrated deterrence, the details of our submarine investments include the Columbia-class program requests of $5.9 billion for the 3rd and final year of incremental funding for the ship, as well as advanced procurement for future Columbia-class submarines. The Virginia-class submarine budget requests $6.6 billion, or 25% of the appropriation for 2 Block 5 fast attack boats, as well as the advanced procurement for the 24 and 25 boats. Within our surface ship portfolio, the Ford-class carrier program requests $2.5 billion, incremental funding for CVN 80 and 81. The Department's request funds 2 destroyers at $5 billion and will seek a multi-year contract for 9+1 ships across the fit-up. And the frigate request includes $1.2 billion for the 4th ship of the class. Reviewing our amphibious platforms, this request includes 1 LHA ship with the first increment of $1.1 billion as well as 1 LPD for $1.7 billion, which will end production of this ship class. Turning to our logistics platforms, 1 replenishment oiler is requested for $795 million and 1 towing, salvage, and rescue ship for $96 million. We also request 2 additional ship-to-shore connectors, and we request $618 million of advanced procurement for the Harry S. Truman's complex refueling overhaul. Our request includes 2 used sea lift ships for $141 million, an affordable way to recapitalize our strategic lift requirement. And as you can see on the pie chart, 56% of your SCN request is to support our nuclear-powered vessels. Columbia at 21% will rise to over 30% of our SCN account in FY26 as we begin serial production. Finally, the department will request to decommission 24 vessels. Here, our Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Plan, or SIOP, will provide modernized maintenance facilities needed to sustain the future fleet. We appreciate Congress's strong support for SIOP, adding $839 million in our FY22 enactment. The department's FY23 investment of $1.7 billion is required for our 4 naval shipyards to be ready to sustain our Virginia and Ford-class vessels. As noted on the slide table, construction efforts comprise the bulk of our request and are targeted to recapitalize aging dry docks in 3 of 4 of our shipyards to support these modern platforms. Our OPN request replaces outdated equipment by purchasing a new reactor servicing complex, a 175-ton heavy lift portal crane, and several smaller pieces of equipment at other shipyards. Shifting to force design, we ensure that Marine forces operating forward provide the foundational integrated deterrence and day-to-day campaigning necessary to build advantage with our allies and partners. Entering year 3 of this 10-year comprehensive transformation effort, force design focuses on 3 priorities: equipment modernization, talent management, and training and education. During the FY23 build, the Marine Corps divested of legacy capability and capacity not aligned to the future threat, reallocating $700 million in savings into warfighting investment priorities. The most pressing listed on the table, including long-range precision fires, networks, and sensors. Modernization investments have also included over $20 million for updating manpower systems and $150 million for training and education programs in FY23. Through these efforts, the Marine Corps will function as the stand-in force, operating inside actively contested spaces, facilitating and leveraging all domain tools as the eyes and ears of the fleet and the joint force. Shifting to aviation procurement, the department appreciates the strong congressional support of our aviation program in FY22, including the added funding for 22 additional aircraft. The department's request of $16.8 billion in PB23 supports the start of procurement for the MQ-25 Stingray and multi-engine training system, and ends the program buy for the MV-22s and CMV-22s. In this budget, our significant aviation investments include production of F-35 Bravo and Charlie Lightning IIs. We're requesting 28 F-35s in this budget. Request 5 E-2 Delta Advanced Hawkeyes as they enter the final year of their 5-year multi-year contract. Procures 5 additional KC-130Js, also entering the final year of their 5-year multi-year contract. Moving to rotary wing, we are requesting 10 heavy lift CH-53 King Stallions, and we finalized the recapitalization of our rotary wing trainers with a procurement of 26 additional TH-73 Alpha training helicopters. And lastly, we are increasing investments in unmanned aviation. The Marine Corps procures 5 additional MQ-9 Alpha Reapers, and the Navy resumes the procurement of 3 MQ-4 Tritons and begins the first year procurement of 4 MQ-25 Stingrays, paving the way into integrated unmanned carrier aviation. Moving to enhance competitive capabilities, this year's budget request continues investment to develop improved warfighting capabilities across all domains. This year's budget request, research and development funding increases by 9% for Navy and 6% for Marine Corps over the 22 enacted amounts. The Navy remains committed to the strategic deterrence mission, committing $1.2 billion of R&D funding to recapitalize all portions of the undersea leg of the triad, including submarines, TACAMO, Trident D5, and our nuclear command and control and communications network. Other significant Navy investments in weapons and platforms include increases to hypersonic weapons through conventional prompt strike and standard missile, both strike fighter variants, and several classified programs. In FY23, the department is procuring 22 small, medium, unmanned undersea vehicles. And the Marine Corps continues investment in force design capabilities, including Nemesis and MQ-9 Alpha mission systems. And embedded within programs on the slide, the department continues to build enduring advantage with investments in climate. These departmental investments are aligned to maintain maritime dominance, balancing investment in both manned and unmanned platforms with airborne, surface, and subsurface missions. In addition to these platforms, investments in Project Overmatch support linking them together seamlessly to integrate the sensors, platforms, and their weapons to facilitate distributed maritime operations. As we transition to this next section, I would emphasize that readiness remains a clear department priority, and FY23 continues prior year gains on ship and aircraft maintenance efforts to improve overall department readiness. Campaigning forward influences competitor perceptions of the benefits and costs and risks inherent in their actions while amplifying our strengths. On the top of the slide, our ship maintenance account decreases by 3% below 22. However, this decrease is due to a one-time spike for private sector contracted submarine maintenance in our PB22 request. In this account, we improved shipyard performance by maintaining 37,000 dedicated civilians while implementing process improvements and reforms. The Navy continues to see positive performance in the OPM pilot to competitively contract private sector maintenance across both fleets. 25 of our 41 surface ship availabilities are in this pilot. At the bottom of the slide, ship operations has a 6% budget increase, resources deliveries of military sea lift vessels, requesting additional underway days for our civilian mariners, and to support gray-hulled warships. Funding increases to reflect our predicted deployment schedules with increased spare parts, consumable materials, and training. Turning to Marine Corps equipment and readiness at the top of the slide, you'll note that the budget remains flat and consistent with the depot maintenance required for wheeled and tracked vehicles. Modest increases to the ground equipment request due to depot rates are offset by planned programmatic reductions in maintenance requirements for automotive and combat vehicle equipment. At the bottom, Marine Expeditionary Force training and readiness is prioritized with funding of $1.2 billion, a $240 million increase from last year's request. This resources the recently stood up new Marine Littoral Regiment in Hawaii and will enable them to conduct exercises with our allies and enhance our presence in the Indo-Pacific. Finally, this increase supports talent management reform with a $20 million increase to manpower systems and modernization. Looking at aircraft depot maintenance at the top of the slide, funding improves over 22 to sustain gains in aircraft mission capable rates. This includes funding increases of $53 million for airframes, $132 million for engines, and $31 million for component repairs over FY22 levels. The Navy continues to make progress improvements at our aircraft depots, reducing the time to conduct maintenance and returning aircraft and engines back to the fleet. In the bottom half under air operations, this budget increases the flying hour program by 16% to account for more UP aircraft, increased prices for parts, and enabling pilots to execute more of their training matrix, leading to improved aircrew proficiency and safety. Accordingly, we're resourcing 38,000 more flying hours than 22 for fleet operations. And finally, to train our student naval aviators, we're resourcing 19,000 more flying hours. This critical investment will support increased student pilot throughput, supporting the recovery of our tactical aircraft pilot shortfall. At the top left of this slide, you'll see the Navy installations and support graph. The department appreciates Congress's support for our shore infrastructure in FY22 and the one-time adds of $565 million for natural disasters and $408 million for Red Hill efforts. When you back out the one-time Red Hill and natural disaster repair funding, the Navy shore infrastructure funding increases 7% in 23 over FY22 enacted. Navy increases FSRM by 3% with facilities sustainment funded to 85% of the OSD model. In regards to climate change, the 23 budget increases climate investments by a total of $137 million across the shore, providing funding for electric vehicle leasing, charging stations, installation resiliency, and natural resource carbon sequestration